Alrighty. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in. Time for some Foundry. A bit of green robot goblining this morning. Yes, indeed. I have something cool to show you. In fact, I have many cool things to show you because I might have been playing this a little bit last night as well. I'm in that mode. I cannot put this goddamn game down. I love it when a game catches me like this. It doesn't happen all too frequently, but it's refreshing when it does, when it, you know, buries into your brain and you are thinking about the game, and whenever you are not playing the game, you are thinking about the game and wanting to play the game. It's kind of cool. Borderline addiction? Don't know. I guess we'll see. But let's take a little look at what we've got. I got something cool to show you. Let's dive in. I made some pretty significant... What is this? Are we flying? Do we have jetpacks? Yes, we do. We finally are off the floor. More importantly, not only are we off the floor, what is this hooning great big monstrosity? What is going on over here? This is our radio tower, I believe. This is what is going to communicate with that big ass broke that's now behind a cloud, typical. It is rather phallic, yes. Does have to be said. Our massive cock monument is being erected to throw all of the toilet humour at it in one go. So this thing's being built. This is what presumably is going to allow us to communicate and rebuild this starship thing and start the space age aspect of this game, which is kind of cool. Our first our first ferret ore patch is Ripperoonie, completely deaded, 100% deads. Our second node that is all the way deep underground is clearly, you can kind of see if I move me green, you can okay, can't see very well, but you can see by what's coming out. We are not mining enough of this stuff, not by a long shot, which is causing our things like our steel production to be restricted. With our steel production being restricted, basically we have a resource problem. We have a resource problem on our hands. Our first initial little area for, what's this, ignite, or what's it called? Ignium ore is starting to run low. I wouldn't say it's running low particularly right now, but I've actually switched from using this for power. We're no longer using this for power. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I have switched off any usage of ignium ore for the purpose of making electricity. Monolite ore. We'll break that side of the economy as well. Let's head over to let me head over quickly to our little oil section. I built this up a little bit more yesterday, so I think we start on stream. I think we made these boards yesterday, which are not actually flowing particularly fast right now. I might need to assess the situation over here. How much oil have we got in our main tank here? Okay, the tank is full of crude oil, which is fine. Olumite. I might need to take another bit of a look at this in terms of ratios and stuff. I didn't try and build this big. I just tried to build it so that, you know, we'd get some in. But this is basically so far 3 different processes. There's one making liquid polymer, which actually wasn't really necessary to put it in a tank, to be fair, because liquid polymer goes into polymer boards and that's really it. I think the issue here, more than anything else, is why is this machine not running? This machine's not running because it's not got any pipes connected into it. Haha! That means that's not been running at all ever. Okay, well that's an easy fix, isn't it? Let's fix that real quick. You go boop, boop, boop. There we go. I thought something was off with that. Well, that should double our... That's doubled our board production either way. This one in the middle is making this green goo stuff. This is like acid. It's not sulfuric acid, but it definitely is sulfuric acid. We need this to make energy cells later. So this is producing sulfuric acid. This now uses this red ore stuff. It uses coal. You crush it down. I should definitely remember the names of these. Ignium ore rubble. Smushes it down into ignium powder, which then blended with a gas that we produce. I can't remember the full logistics of this. So we're taking the crude oil and we're turning it into olemite gas initially. Just got to throw some oil in there, get some gas out. Simple simples. A bit of waste gas that we just flare stack off. That's not a problem. That gas then goes into these machines. Olemite gas and ignium powder. Mix it up with some water and you definitely don't get sulfuric acid. So we've got that running a few times. That's making this green goo. I've not put this in a tank or done anything particularly with this. This is just being fired off to our main bus. This is going all the way north and is actually responsible for making some energy cells right now that we'll have a look at in a minute. This third little refinement section is making our liquid fuel. This is the one that I suspect we are going to make big and is going to consume actually most of our oil, I would guess. I haven't quite figured out exact ratios on that, but the 3 of these sort of chemical plant style things to 1 refinery gives you a fair ratio of what's it called? Liquid fuel. You have to take olemite ore, turn it into low density olemite ore, and then you turn it into liquid fuel. Once you've got it in liquid fuel form, you can do things with it. This is how we can fly. I've stupidly hidden that behind there. Look, liquid fuel. Liquid fuel can then be mixed in with some plates. And these are churning out these things so far. This is the best version we have of fuel. I've switched my energy production entirely to these things, which are what they called portable fuel canisters. You take some ferrite plates and some liquid fuel, so oil and plates. No usage of the ignium ore at all. I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, because obviously our ferrite plates are just as rare, but we're making a whole bunch of this now. I don't really know how thirsty this is for plates. How thirsty is it for plates? 15 per minute per building, 15, 30. Okay, so my entire energy production is running off 60 plates a minute. 60 plates a minute should be nothing realistically to power. What's it powering now? How many steam boilers have we got? We got 4 steam boilers, so that's what, like nearly 10 megawatts of power or something now. Should be. Let's look at the power grid. 13 megawatts of juice off 4 steam turbines. 10.6 is what we're consuming. Our little our oil factory is already consuming more than 5 megawatts of power. I might need to either break it down into slightly smaller. Might need to break it into slightly smaller grids with different or put extra transformers. I don't know if I can put 2 transformers and that just gives 10 megawatts. Should we just try? Where's the high voltage to low voltage on this grid? Where did I put it? Over here, I think. Here, look. So here's high voltage to low voltage. Can I just wang another one of these down? Oh, I don't have one. okay, I don't have one. And I don't even have the materials to make one. Whoops! We'll fix that problem in a minute. But we're making small portable fuel here. But we're also mass producing jetpack fuel. Yeah, boy. So now we can fly with ease wherever we need to go. Incredible quality of life. To move on, what did I finish off yesterday as well? I built these 3 big monstrosities. These things are huge. This is our warehouse. Let me grab my coffee and then I'll explain how all this works, because it took me a while to get my head around this, but it's quite clever. So actually, there is what's referred to as modular buildings in this game. The late game buildings are not just simple things you place like this. This is just your construction stuff, but you seem to have bigger buildings that are considered modular buildings, and modular buildings are made in a different way. Oh, my tower's finished! Okay, cool. So, a modular building is something like this radio tower. Of which I don't think we ever need to make more than one of, but I guess we'll find out later in the day. Where's the thing for the modular tower? Where's it gone? Here, look. Yeah, so like buildings, not like crafting stuff, but actual full-on buildings, the radio tower base. The recipe to put it down is not too expensive. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward components, but it's considered a modular building. So when you build it, it has all that construction around it, and then you have to create construction material. You have to create construction material, which is quite expensive. You have to create this stuff, construction material. Plates, steel beams, advanced machinery parts, concrete, polymer boards, electronic components. So literally a huge variety of all of the different stuff you've been making up until this point creates construction material, which is what this little machine over here is doing. This machine is literally doing nothing other than taking those 6 ingredients and it's converting them into construction material, and it comes out in these little cubes, look. These little cubes, and then you pump those. They come in from this belt all the way under, and they go into the warehouse. Hooning great big warehouse for construction materials. So in here, there's 1,300 construction materials so far, and that construction material can be taken by these construction builder robot-y things. So the construction material is transferred to the location of the modular buildings by these things. Then once the construction material is over there, the little worker robots fly over and they make it. If you demolish one of these buildings, you don't just get it all back in your inventory. It has to be properly demolished, so your construction workers have to go back and delete it. But you kind of then get your construction material back in the form of rubble, and the warehouse will slowly recycle that rubble back into construction material again. So you kind of, it's probably a lossy. There's probably some loss to that in terms of total construction material. This took like 5,000 construction material to build or something. But this thing is super, super hungry on materials. So if I'm not building anything right now, I'm going to turn it off because I need all of these are like, this is stealing my entire factory's worth of stuff right now. So we turn that off and let some science go. Probably are not going to be able to afford building big monumental buildings and running science at the same time, at least not yet anyway. And now it's gone dark, great. But that is for the most part where I got to yesterday. Plans for today are to do whatever we need to do to make science 4. Because more science, more good, right? We've got 1, 2, and 3 automated. We need science 4 automated. Circuit boards we had crafted down here. circuit boards, take the polymer boards and some electronic circuits, surprise, surprise, and make us some green chips. Green chips, I've now put them up on the bus. So that's easy peasy. Energy cells, that's what this big row of buildings is doing. Energy cells are taking glass. I had to manufacture some glass. I had to automate the production of some glass yesterday actually as well. It's not too difficult. It's just stone that's smushed and then smelted. It's really quite simple. It was a tiny little building, tiny little setup over here making some glass. Pretty easy. Run it in onto the bus. These things, though, take plates, glass, electronic components, and this definitely not sulfuric acid stuff, but it's just acid. That combined makes you energy cells. These little things. Now, you can't burn these. They're energy cells. They're not considered a fuel, apparently. They're just energy cells. They go into a whole bunch of things later on down the line. So, whilst I haven't put these actually on the bus particularly yet, they will go on the bus, I think. I think a lot of the robotics later in the game uses a lot of these energy cells, but I've made it so that we can produce a bunch of them whenever we need it. I think I've done this to some sort of sensible-ish ratio. Probably not. I put 10 buildings, which is like 120 energy cells a minute, potentially. We need energy cells for science, and so I kind of went by the logic that if it's needed for science, we'll need it in bulk. Now, the only thing is these thermalite bars. This is where I am at now. This is where I need to figure out what the Christ is going on and what we do with thermalite bars and how we get them. Thermalite bars can be retrieved from the space station through a requester warehouse once products have been sold. Now, I ain't got no clue what any of that means, but the game was telling me to build this radio station thing first. Once this is now built, we should, in theory, be able to do something to get some connection back up there, apparently. You don't even have a task for me. You have no grid connection. Oh, okay, you're going to need power then. You probably need high voltage power, don't you? Ah, okay. We got to get you some high voltage power. Where's its power connection? Is that it? That looks like the power connection. Okay. Power. Dun, dun, dun. This one, another power line. From you. Let's bring you through here somewhere. Oh, that's too far away. Put one there. Let's put one the other side of the bus. Let's get some big boy power on the go now. Now that we can fly, it makes kind of it makes the idea of building our big power grid and stuff a touch easier. Not enough large power poles in inventory. Oops. Oops. I need some steel beams. Okay. Steel beams, steel beams. Let's go steal some steel beams. Steel beams. Yoink. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't want like a million of them. Small power poles, maybe 5 of them. Cable between large power pole. Oh my god. There is definitely some sort of UI stuff that I think could absolutely be improved on. See, now why is that not making a big one? Right. Power? Is she on? Is she good? She go gadget go? Is she good? Ladder? Oh, we can go up there, that's cool. Grid status online, disabled, start, open comms. Radio tower can operate on a strained grid, but it needs at least 50% power satisfaction. Okay, sure. How much power does it need then? Radio tower says none. 10 megawatts of power? Okay then. I didn't spot that. Okay, we need more juice. Sure. All right, I didn't realize that was a thing. We need some more juice. Okay, that shouldn't be too problematic, but that's just literally in one go doubled my power. How do I like it after 3 days? I'm loving this game. It's cool. It's going to have the problem that there is kind of a... I wouldn't say it's a steep learning curve. That's not the right phrase to use. But it doesn't sell itself very well from the very beginning. Let's say there's two different types of people that will end up playing this game. One type of person is somebody that's never played a factory sim before. And that person that's never played a factory sim before is going to fall into the obvious pitfalls that players fall into when they start these sorts of games. Spaghetti hell, lack of understanding of like the end goal. It doesn't really do there's no like story mode particularly that tells you what you're trying to do or why you're trying to do it, other than you just land and you go and do stuff. That's because it's early access and they clearly haven't built a proper storyline into it yet. But brand new players to the genre, brand new players are going to be invited in because it looks quite cute and fluffy and Minecraft-esque and whatever, but they'll get stuck in Spaghetti World. And the problem is if you get stuck in Spaghetti World, there's no blueprints whatsoever from what I can tell in this game. There's no easy way to move stuff or to copy-paste things that you've done. Meaning that if you make a mistake, undoing said mistake is borderline impossible. Which I think will be somewhat problematic for new players to the game. On the flip side of that, if you are somewhat experienced in the genre, if you've played Satisfactory or Factorio or Dyson DSP or, you know, some of the other games in the genre, and you have a rough idea of kind of the concept of it, you will get... You might fall into the trap of building too big too fast and then running out of resources, because your starter base resources clearly do not last you very long. I was super lucky that there was a second patch right next door that I just had to dig to get. I don't know if every map seed is going to have that second location for the most important ore. I don't know if I just got lucky with that or it's programmed so that there's at least 2 xenoferrit ore patches, because veteran players will strip their first patch of this super quick because it goes into everything. And if you put yourself in an awkward position, even as a veteran player, where you've got to start flying out miles and exploring to go and get second nodes when you have completely run out of resources the first time, you might just get hard stuck. You might not be able to scrape together the building materials to build the second mine to get the resources back. It could be a downward spiral of pain if you scale too big too fast at the beginning. Plus, veteran players are also going to be looking for things like the blueprints super quickly. No logistics robots, from what I can tell, at least not yet. No logistic robots, nothing that's going to help you take materials from A to B, no transport system. It's still, in that regards, very rudimentary. It's not, I wouldn't say it's very new player friendly because of that. Satisfactory is now at the point where it's going to far more simplistically take, you know, step by step take you through the game. It's a really good foundation of a game. It's really, really good so far. For an early access game, they've clearly put some time and effort and some thought into some things, but there's still a lot to do. There's still a lot to do to make it... I heard it described yesterday as a good 100-hour game, but it's not a 1,000-hour game. And that sounds ridiculous to some people, but in this genre, to stand out, you need to be a 1,000-hour game. Not a 1,000-hour mandatory, but the fact that you can play it for 1,000 hours. You are not going to want to play this at endgame without blueprints. I shit you not. There is no chance you are going to want to scale and do mega factory sort of stuff in this game without blueprints. Meaning, you'll hit the end and you'll be like, yep, that was cool, I'm done. There's probably not... because you're going to have to be building everything by hand, and when you start scaling it, it's going to become very repetitive. And then when you build something one tile to the left, when you should have built it one tile to the right, and realize you have to like rip up half an hour's worth of stuff and place it. Ripping it up is not the problem because you can do mass deletes, but placing it all back down again is going to be like, you're going to really sorely miss that functionality. So it's got a lot of potential, a huge amount of potential. But if you're on the fence about it, honestly, right now, I probably wouldn't bother. I would give it another 6 months, 12 months, however long it takes for them to smooth out some of these rough edges. But it's a very, very good game for early access. I think it probably will be a great example of what early access can do for a video game. I just hope that Paradox doesn't do what Paradox are kind of famous for, which is DLC-ifying and microtransactioning everything and nuking the project if it doesn't become, you know, a money printer for them. TED Talk over. What the hell was I doing? What the hell was I doing? Power, that's what I was doing. I need to double my power situation out of nowhere. I need to double my power situation. What's it going to take for me to put 4 more boilers and 4 more steam engines down? Well, materials-wise, producing them shouldn't be too difficult. Have you ever played Subnautica? I haven't, no. I've seen a few people play Subnautica, but I've never played it myself. Never actually played it myself. But I've likewise been told a few times I should. So I need, what do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4 boilers. I'm going to be short on the steel by the looks of things for making the 4 steam turbines to go with. Let's go grab another stack of steel. Just this little sort of stuff, right? You're going to want to, because there's no sort of like coming from Factorio predominantly, which is clearly where this game has taken a huge amount of its inspiration from. You super rely on very quickly robots to keep your inventory full and bring you stuff. What I'm gonna have to do You can kind of see it in concept here. Is like, take some materials. This is like my shopping centre. This is what I would consider stage 1 shopping centre. I could have made this a little bit more. I still, for reference, have not bothered using like tier 2 or even tier 3 assemblers. Simply because at the moment I don't think I really need to. The speed of operation is hardly my issue at this point. Getting stuff crafted and getting the automation done first is priority number 1. I'll upgrade stuff to tier 2 and tier 3 later. I've already seen some other content creators desperately trying to use the fastest belts they can, desperately trying to use the highest tier everything, and I'm also seeing those content creators also run out of resources super fast. This is where I think the balancing is key. I've stuck with like tier 1 everything, tier 1 belts, tier 1 everything, and even I'm like struggling for like basic raw materials. If you very quickly use tier 2 conveyors for everything, if you very quickly start using tier 2 assemblers for everything, or even tier 3 assemblers once you unlock them, if you actually try and use the highest, fastest components you have, you're going to burn through materials at double the speed, which either I've missed a trick here, or I know realistically that without cargo ships going and getting these resources from miles away is going to be a monster of a pain in the ass. Now, you can't get cargo ships until you're at Science 4. Cargo ships are a Science 4 thing, and even then they're probably quite expensive. You want to be able to... You need some sort of long distance transfer system. Yeah, cargo ships here. 200 Science 4, cargo ship starting pad, cargo ship target pad. My assumption is this then becomes our long distance material system. So you kind of got to be... I think you got to be a bit Scrooge McDuck with your early materials to get to cargo ships. Then once you've got cargo ships, you can then more easily go and get these further out resources, maybe. I don't know. I have dug deep. We're currently using our second patch of ferrite ore right now. I need to optimize extracting it from the ground, but we have done some of that already. We've got a bit of a mine shaft here. It's covered up now so I don't accidentally fall in it, but we've got a bit of a mine shaft here. You can see it goes all the way down. We have an elevator for ourselves. Let's call the elevator. We have two. I've put in a second freight lift taking materials out. My problem is I'm just not mining these out fast enough, realistically. But at the same time, I don't want to mine them out super fast, because if I rip this node, I don't have a backup. My backup is here, here, or all the way over here under the sea. So I don't have a backup right now. So I'm almost deliberately not taking it out the ground as fast as I possibly can, because I need to make sure that I've got other things in place before I do. Because it still looks pretty chunky right now, but I don't know how long it's going to last. There's nothing in the game that tells you exactly how much resources is in a single block, for example. This is one of the things that kind of needs addressing, and I think it needs addressing relatively quickly for like easy playability. This genre of game is historically pretty brutal in terms of the fact that failure is entirely possible in these games. They're not like strictly survival genre games, but failure is entirely possible. And the longer it takes you to get places, the longer it takes you to get stuck, for example, the more brutal that failure feels. How many people started playing Factorio, for example, and like got 10 hours in and realized this is spaghetti chaos. I want to make it neater. I want to make it tidier. And so they start completely a new map again. You can kind of get away with doing that 5-10 hours into the game. But if you're 20 hours deep, there's also then the risk that people just go, flipping hell. I'll put this down. I'll go play something else now. So they kind of got to be a little bit careful. I hit a couple of walls in Satisfactory for sure that took me a while to like break through them. Definitely hit a few walls in Satisfactory. I've not really hit so much of a wall with this yet, other than the persistent annoyance that I can't copy paste things and I build something wrong and having to like rip it up and do it again. But that's kind of, you know, my own problem. But first world is learning the game, so you've got to get a little messy to learn. Always make aluminium, then the game slows right down on Satisfactory. Yes, yeah. Once you get aluminium in it, in my first, to be fair, I've only played through Satisfactory once, and technically I've not completed it. I think I have everything in place to complete it, but I did some maths and I realized at my current resource generation rates, I'd be looking about 80 hours to complete the game from the point that I was at. And I was like, that's just too slow. I'd have to like scale up everything massively, and I wasn't willing to put the effort in. After 40 hours, I realized I had 80 hours left to still play. To quote unquote complete it, and most of that would be either just scaling up and finding new resources, or it would be just kind of AFK waiting for things to make. And I was like, no, I've built too small. I approached Satisfactory with kind of trying to make pretty much everything in one spot, and it didn't work very well. This is what I mean. You got to be careful about if these games are going to push you to a point where there is the chance of failure, they kind of should do it early enough so that you don't feel too bad for like just making a new save and starting again. If you're 40 hours deep into a game and you get stuck, you're far more likely to just call it quits and put it down. But so far, this is good. I'm feeling this could be... I have a suspicion that this could be aluminium. I have a suspicion. Now that we've got this tower built, and now once I get it some power, I don't know what comes after that, but by the time we start talking to the space station, I have a suspicion this could be the aluminium situation. That all of a sudden, all of the resources and everything that I've done so far is just not big enough or bulky enough. But if it presents the option to expand easy to go get further resources, we have an easy way to fix that. So let's just do it. Let's find out. Let's see what the crack is. I was doing power, wasn't I? I made 4... I need to stop doing TED Talks, but I love a good TED Talk in the morning. Did I make the steam turbines? I made the boilers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get those made. Do I have bonus pipes and stuff on me? Where did these forest seeds randomly come from? Right, let's go double our power plant. See, double power plant also doubles fuel consumption, which at the moment doesn't seem to be a problem because I've switched entirely to oil-based fuel production. I'm hoping that this is already enough to do the job. But what I can tell is that these two factories are seemingly always on. These two are kind of idling, keeping the belt full. If I double the power consumption, I need to double the power production. Is this 4 going to be enough, or am I going to need to go bigger? But what I can already tell is we can go bigger because this tank is not getting touched. So we're still able to produce liquid fuel way faster than we're consuming it right now. So we should be fine. Famous last words. Whoops, I keep doing that. What's the button I press to do that? I don't know. Right, let's double this then. And then we doubled it. See how far we can go before it complains I've run out. That looks pretty doubled, doesn't it? That looks kind of doubled. Get this stupid wildlife out of the way. And nobody got time for that. See you later, see you later. I want to go back to Satisfactory and do it again. Update 8 went off like their developer mode. Update 8 is like the official update right now. I think I'm probably going to wait until 1.0 release to play Satisfactory again. But it's a bit of a timing thing for me because I also know that Factorio is releasing its expansion this year. And I'm not missing that. I don't care if World of Warcraft launched the week before. I'm not missing the Factorio expansion. I have my priorities. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ah, we easily doubled it. Look, we got double plus potential here. Let's make sure we pipe them. Get piped. Oh, we got a pipe. Morning, this is not WoW Alpha. It is not, unfortunately, no. That said, there should be a new alpha wave today. Or a new build, should I say, and with a new build often comes an invite wave. I'm not keeping my fingers crossed because I've learned that lesson, but it's a thing. This tier 1 belt might actually now not be enough for all of this. Have I run out of inserters as well? Or loaders, sorry. I have to admit, building is much easier now we have jetpack though. Jetpack at our disposal makes this much more simplistic. Especially when it comes to lining things up. Because now these buildings are getting whammed. Look at the size of these flipping things, right? Placing these down without being able to get a good vantage on it was a flipping nightmare. Now it's not too bad. There is definitely good things to be said about the game though. Like, for example, they've clearly thought about this. Right, they've thought about the sizing, they've thought about how people are going to build these machines, and they've been, what I would say, considerate with how they do it. For example, the width of a boiler is the same width as a steam engine, for example. Width of the boiler, width of the steam engine. It means that your builds are going to look pretty neat and tidy, and they've clearly thought about that as like a design concept in the first place. Admittedly, it's just one boiler deep rather than two, like you have in Factorio. They've just, but if you do the maths and the numbers, one boiler supports one steam engine, and it can be built to look neat and tidy quite easily. Water, they've thought about water flows through the machines. Here's to hoping it flows far enough to get through, and a single pipe is good enough. If not, we can feed in another pipe the other end. For water, we should be good. Now I just need to connect all of these up. Let's put a power pole at the end of each one. Apparently not. Kind of ridiculous you still don't have alpha. It's the telltale signs of not being on the inner circle. It's clear to me that in the War Within, I might have to do the content creator thing a bit more. I might have to do the community thing a little bit more. I'm naturally not great at that, which is clear by the fact that I haven't done it. I've been technically what you would consider a somewhat full-time content creator for almost 4 years. I've built a nice little community, or I've integrated well into the goal-making community, I think, particularly in WoW. But what I haven't done is I haven't really spread my wings or, done too much outside of that direct community. It intrigues me in a way, right? that I imagine there's probably not many or anybody that really knows me outside of this community, which is half of the problem. This is the side of stuff that I'm not particularly very good at, is engaging outside of it with others. With all due respect, Samadan, Student, and even Zanza will have the alpha. Yeah, they're all in the WoW partner program. They're all in the WoW partner program. It's and that's the one thing I am not. And the WoW partner program's an invite-only system. I have done what I think I can do to, you know, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, and I've even had, you know, people like Dan, Mr. GM, put in, you know, suggestions and be, like, even directly speaking to Blizzard CMs, community managers, like, can we get this guy in? It's amounted to nothing, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm at a loss what else I can do, really, other than just, like, I don't know. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know. It's a frustration, but it's not something that I want to let get to me too much. I've, for a long time, not wanted to have all my eggs in one basket anyway. I've not wanted to have all my eggs in one basket. That, like, I want to be able to do exactly like what we're doing now. Play other games, do other stuff. I don't, like... I know being in the WoW partner program wouldn't necessarily tie me down to World of Warcraft, but it sort of makes it more difficult to spread my wings into other genres as well. I really like this factory sim genre. The amount of time I've put into Factorio, Satisfactory, that sort of stuff. The fact I don't make YouTube content around these games is actually sacrilegious, the amount I play them. I really should. The TLDR is I just haven't, so it's as much my fault as it is anybody else's. Samadan's made one video on it. Is Student even streaming it? No, Student's in Kata Classic mode, I think, right now. He's filling his time with a little bit of yeah, I don't think I've seen Student stream the alpha once. Zanzival's hardly online. It's not that they don't deserve it, but if they do, you should be the first one to get an alpha. Yeah, this is it. It's just how the system works. It's just how the system works. If you're a WoW partner, a Discord ping went out, people signed up on a spreadsheet, they put their, you know, they put their email address on a spreadsheet, and all of those people on that list got their accounts flagged. If you're not on that list, you didn't get your account flagged. It's really simple. It's really simple. The alpha, I've heard of less than a handful of people, right? Less than a handful of people who have actually had an alpha invite from outside the WoW partner program. Very, very few. Very, very few. And there seems to be no real stretch by community managers or anything to throw more people in it. So I mean, it you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. You got the last whelpling recipe on your Dawn crafting ult. Finally done with craft all the whelplings achievement. Those took ages. You were digging dirt, I imagine, for those. I would assume. Student was playing the alpha, but he was looking for places to farm, but the mobs didn't have loot tables yet. Oh, okay. So, well, I mean, yeah, this is it, right? This is why content creators get it first. Content creators get it first because they just do their thing. They just do their thing. That, like, this is no shade on content creators in any way, shape, or form. That dive in, they do their thing. They're not. A lot of them are not strictly there to actually, like, quote unquote, provide feedback or do anything sort of positive for the game overall. 80% of the invited people aren't streaming it. Oh, I mean, every time Mr. GM's streaming it, when Dan's streaming it, he'll do a /who and there's like 10 people online on the alpha. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. 10 people does not make an alpha. It's really odd. And that alone is one of the reasons why a lot of the streamers probably won't stream it, because there's nobody else in there. They can't bring their audience in with them. Why, for the love of all that's holy, have they not given these streamers 20, 50 keys each to bring their audience members in? Why haven't they done that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. If you're going to have a public alpha and you're going to predominantly give invites to people within a small circle who are predominant figures within the community, why haven't they then given those players the ability to get their audience in? Like, why wasn't Samadan, why wasn't Zanzafal, why wasn't Student given 20 keys apiece to get people in? It doesn't make any sense. Or at least, why were they not asked, give me 20 email addresses and we'll flag those accounts? It's weird. It's weird. It shows that so it shows that there's like a public image being portrayed with it, but whoever their marketing team is like failing big time. But what are you gonna do? Is our radio tower up and running now? Does it have juice? It should have juice. There's no reason it shouldn't. I've doubled my power. This thing should have 10 megawatts of juice if it wants it. We should have sufficient headroom in our power grid. So let's turn it on. Boom. Beep boop.
We did it. So much fascinating data is coming in. We have full access to every part of the station that is still working, which unfortunately isn't all that much. You can access the station control panel from the radio tower's screen panel. I think it's about time we schedule emergency repairs.
Okay, so we are in theory able to communicate there now, which is a step in the right direction. Can we? Oh, we can actually climb up this as well. The whole beta giveaway and paying for beta is not the way it should be. Alpha and beta are one thing, but that is testing and reporting. I'd rather see Blizzard inviting people that know how to test things and report a bug or feedback in the right way. Well, yeah, that's partly it, but even if it's not like, you know, Blizzard have what they call a friends and family thing before the alpha goes public, which is kind of what a lot of the content creators went to or had access to for a few days. Early testing goes out to friends and family. So if you're a developer at Blizzard, for example, you can list 10 people, and those 10 people will get their account flagged with this early access. That's kind of how alpha used to always work, right? That's how I had alphas previously. I would know somebody who would put me on their list, and I'd get an invite that way, without having that strict like WoW partner status part of the community sort of thing. For whatever reason, they don't seem to have done that this time round. They don't seem to have had any indication or any desire to bring a mass of people into it, which I don't understand why they've done it that way. It seems odd that they've chosen to go that route, but like I said, it's not my decision. It's not my decision. I would like to be in there. I'd like to be testing. I'd like to be providing feedback on stuff, but if I can't, I can't. Open comms. Space station. Available power 0. Construction drones 100. Cargo bay level 1. Current storage capacities. Thermalite bar 1000. Product storage capacities, maintenance drones 100. Current upgrades none. Hull emergency repairs. I assume we have to work through these and get them repaired then. What's this need? Repair the most critical damages to the outer hull. Is going to cost 2,000 construction material. Expected time 20 minutes based on construction drones. This doesn't include delivery times. Okay, go gadget go. So that's doing its thing. My construction drones are apparently... Does that now mean that my drone... Oh, off they go, look. They're zooming off. They're taking the construction material up there. Oh, they're doing something at least. Maybe I need to, at this point, turn back on. How much have we got in the warehouse? Uh, 1,690 construction material in the warehouse. Well, we're going to need more than that just for that first repair upgrade, so... Rip materials, but we got to turn this back on again if we want it to make me some more stuff, please. Off they go, though. Zooms. So fundamentally, I'm kind of waiting for that to finish now. They should really have data from earlier alpha betas to flag people who've given good feedback or bug reports, but most likely they're not using any of that knowledge. There's two ways to look at it, right? If you are looking at it from the perspective of you are using it as a way to find bugs, find exploits, gain feedback, that's entirely a logical approach to do it. My God's honest opinion, and my opinion on this has been pretty solid for a long time, I don't believe that Blizzard really puts any weight at all on public feedback, public bug testing, public exploit finding. They're certainly not going to take, like, they will listen to an outroar if that they will listen to a big problem that, you know, the ripcord, for example, in Shadowlands with the Covenants, right? It was made such a huge thing that they almost had no chance but to not listen. And even then, they were, like, very reluctant to do it. Alphas, betas, PTR is predominantly provided to the public for the purpose of free marketing. That's literally all it is. It's free marketing. They put the content in the hands of players prior to it being like live. For reference, you don't need any subscription or anything to test PTRs, betas, this sort of stuff. It's just free marketing. That's all it is. You know, you're going to have content creators stream it. You're going to have YouTubers make videos on it. People are going to talk. It's going to get people talking about it. And that's all it is. Sure, some people will give some feedback. Some people, you know, there'll be forum threads about it. But the more people just talking about something is free marketing. And that's all they really consider it to be. Have I missed you building some of the things yesterday, or did I do some stuff off stream? I had done quite a bit off stream yesterday, yes. I was playing a little bit yesterday evening and we did a few bits and pieces. I did a quick 15-minute walkthrough of what you missed at the beginning of the stream today. So I don't know how... Twitch doesn't let you do this very well, but if you jump onto the YouTube stream, you can rewind and start at the beginning. If you want an overview for a quick catch-up. That was called damage control. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Delivery progress, 2,000 of 2,000 construction material. So it's up there. It's been delivered. It's now waiting on the drones to build it, apparently. We can't seem to click on or access any of this. General hull repairs 2 requires emergency hull repairs. Repair damage to the outer hull, 5,000 construction material. Solar panels. Repair the damaged solar panels to increase the available power. Additional 10 megawatts of power. So there's no power on our space station at all right now. Extended solar panels, 25, requires the first one. 1,000 construction material, 2,500. Sales platform requires 10 megawatts of power. So we're going to have to build this one first. Or next, should I say. There is a damaged sales platform we can use to sell our products. We should repair it to attract our first customers. Construction drone bay. Repair the damaged construction drone bay to increase the amount of available construction drones. This will make your constructions complete faster. An additional 100 drones for 3,000 construction material. And then cargo bay extension requires 20 megawatts of power. Oh, this upgrade can be built indefinitely, so we can continuously build this to add 25 megawatts of power each time. I was going to say, we're going to quickly exceed... If that's 10 megawatts of power and that's 25, that's only 35. We're going to need more than that, presumably. Extend the cargo bay, allowing us to store more products that are waiting to be sold. It will also allow us to store more currency items. This upgrade can be built indefinitely. Okay, I still don't fully understand what all this is actually going to do for us yet, other than this seems to have thermalite bars, and we want thermalite bars. We want thermalite bars. I think the entire reason we have a space station is to get these thermalite bars. So you go do buildy stuff. Maybe one day they will learn to never mix player power and cosmetics. I wonder. I wonder. Now they're just missing potential from both free marketing and potential real testing. Amount of players paying and making content. Any content is so small. The hype week is the hype of alpha's gone as well. Like just to clarify, right? And this is also partly why they do these weekly updates and new zones to try and keep the hype train running. For the development of the new content, rather than just going, here's the alpha, go test it, and then 2 weeks later the hype's dead. But hype dissipates very quickly when you don't let anybody see it firsthand. Is the oil that hard to get into? I think that's my next big thing. I can give you a quick overview of oil. Oil's not too difficult. Just be aware the buildings are massive. That's the first annoyance. But you want to get your oil up and running nice and quickly so you can get your jetpack if nothing else. I've got a relatively modest little oil setup here. This is overbuilt, massively overbuilt. I don't need 4 of these refineries making these polymer board things. I probably could half that or even do with just 1, honestly, at the beginning to make the polymer boards. I've got enough leeway here to like put 10 more of these things making polymer boards. I can scale polymer boards to the moon if needs be. I'm not sure how far I actually will need to. This little setup in the middle is making like the acid which goes into the production of your energy cells. These things, the alumic acid. These are important because they go into science, so make plenty. 1 to 3 worked well for me. It doesn't math out particularly well, but 1 to 3 worked. You are going to need some the coal. You're going to need some coal. You crush it into powder first. Ignium, yeah. You're going to need some ignium. You turn ignium into crush it a little bit, put it in the machines. I chose to direct insert from the crushers. It means I've got more crushers than I actually need. But just because one piece of powder, one piece of ore turns into 5 powder, it just felt more sensible to just pump it straight in. Flare stack off any waste gas. I've only used 2 flare stacks. You could probably get away with 1 unless your entire thing is working. So you got polymer, liquid polymer. You've got your acid in the middle here, and this on the far side is the liquid fuel. Once again, a 1 to 3. Actually, this is a 1 to 4 ratio. I just messed up and I built it all, not realizing I'd only built 3. 1 to 4 works better here. Liquid fuel is then converted with the addition of some plates into portable fuel canisters, which are sort of mid-game fuel by the looks of things. Also means you are using oil to fuel your power rather than ignium ore. If your first ignium ore thing is running low, that can be an easy way to use your ignium ore for things like steel instead. And also, more importantly, jetpack fuel, which is here. So we can jetpacks. My oil site was annoyingly halfway up a flipping cliff, so it's all a little bit wiggly. But 4 pump jacks so far has done me good. I have no idea, once again, how long these oil patches last. This is really something that will frustrate me the longer I play this, not knowing how much actual resources is in these nodes, especially considering they're not infinite. But my little oil tank is chilling right now, so... Not that there's any circuitry or anything to allow you to really control this. There's no valve, there's no circuitry, there's no valves on pipes or anything like that. So your only option is just to massively overproduce things to make sure you don't run out. Oil is one of the first things in other games you want to try and sort of like have this one on, but only when this one is above this sort of level. You can't do any of that yet. Maybe that's something they'll add in the future. Yeah. I should really be using this time to actually scale up a little bit to maybe look at getting more resources, or if nothing else, building Science 4. What does Science 4 look like? Circuit boards, energy cells. Oh, I'm waiting on these thermalite bars. I'm trying to figure out how the hell I get these thermalite bars. I could, in theory, build Science 4. Just get it built. Well, even though we don't have these thermalite bars, it only needing 3 components means it's practically exactly the same as the Science 2 build. Base time 60 seconds, base time 30, base 30, base 60, base 60. So yeah, it's exactly the same build as this. This is Science 3. It's exactly the same build as this. In fact, it's even easier than this because energy cells are on the bus, circuit boards are on the bus, thermalite bars we'll put on the bus. So it's just bus 3 things in, send 1 thing out. Maybe we do that while we wait. Let me go get some more, some foundation. You know what we should do if you think it's fun? Do a duo run in Satisfactory when 1.0 gets released. Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm down for that for sure. There's also a multiplayer option in this. And since it appears that there's Steam servers, that you can utilize some Steam servers, it might be quite fun to have a community one for this potentially, just to see what the power of many people can do. I'm clearly out of building materials. Let's grab some of that. Any ETA on that? We don't know. I don't think Satisfactory, I don't think Coffee Stain Studios have said yet. I'm really hoping that they don't do anything stupid, such as make it clash with Factorio's expansion release. I'm sure they wouldn't be stupid enough to do that. but you never know. Soon TM. Yeah, that's pretty much it. To extend the bus as well whilst we're here. How much space do you think we need? We need this level of space again. It's going to be 10 factories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's going to be the same length as that again. So we need to come out a bit further. They were close, they said not so long ago. They're not doing an expansion or something. They were pretty clear about it. I watched some of their streams, but they're getting more and more boring, really. Yeah, I've not watched many of the Satisfactory, like, streams or anything like that. They changed their community manager not too long ago. And this is no disrespect, but I preferred the old one. PC game, what's this? Prepares for 1.0 launch. It's just set for 2024. Yeah. Oh yeah, we know that they're aiming for this year, but update 8 was slow. They've done the closed beta. That's happened already. Another beta I didn't get into. Yeah, it will come soon. It'll turn up soon. It's going to need to be a touch wider than this, I reckon. So what did I say? 10 buildings, it looks like. 10 buildings, 2 inns. Let's look at this from a belt perspective. Let's make sure we leave a little bit of room there in case we ever need to weave anything in. Space isn't really that much of a problem. 2 inns. 2 inns, building. Actually, that's saying if I don't line these up, it'll make my OCD cry. Although I can't really line them up because I've added new things onto the bus. Shit, there's something new coming on the bus here. I need to remember something new's coming on the bus. What's the new thing that's coming on the bus? I've just put glass on there. Oh, thermalite bars are probably going to be on this bus, I reckon. I think we need these for other things later on down the lines as well. So maybe I need to plan for there being something else there. Maybe let's just put the first building there, that'll be fine. 1, 2... actually, before I build them all, where's the flipping? You got to get this right first time. Let's put the panel on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. One more. 10. Are we out of foundations again? No? Why is it still complaining? A belt coming in and a belt going out. Is that 3 in? 3 in, 1 out. How you doing, Pack B? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Really, if you're still using old-fashioned Google to search for stuff, stop. Yeah, the AI searches are getting pretty smart. AI is not great, though. Oh, what's this beep boop?
With the worst damages repaired, BB was able to recover more data. The Foundry initiative's goal was to convert this moon into a manufacturing world for robotic products. And besides mission management, the station's purpose was to act as a sales hub for those manufactured goods.
Now, why weren't we told that, like,
There
at the
are still
very
buy
beginning?
orders? That can't be right. Really? Well, how about we try
no.
to repair the sales platform?
It's fucking
and
work
finally
orders all
achieve
over
the goal
again.
Of whoever tried to set this all up. The construction drones we used in our construction industry should fetch a good price.
Okay. Are we going to have to fill work orders? Have I accidentally spent 30 hours playing a game only to have to still do work orders? Power satisfactory. What? Why is our power grid not doing power grid things? Didn't I just jack up the amount of steam engines? You know what the problem here is going to be. Now that that thing's running full tilt, our little power production factories are probably not keeping up, are they? Yeah, this belt should have a lot more little blue canisters on it than this. That's not going to cut it. Okay. Well, that tells me categorically then that this isn't enough. We need more power. We are producing only 15 of these little portable fuel things a minute. Now, I'm starting to wonder what the play is here. Is the play... Because it's very difficult to consider the cost of these portable fuel things. Is the play to continue using ignium ore as our primary, because we just dig it up out the flipping floor, and then supplement any gaps with these things? So, for example, over here where we've got this ignium ore, we could have that run through as being the #1 thing, but just put a priority splitter so that the blue canisters only go onto the belt when there isn't enough ignium ore on the belt, or vice versa. Do we maybe do it the other way? We use these fuel canisters as much as we can and then supplement it with ignium ore to fill the gaps. because because I don't want to burn through all of my ignium ore, but also clearly without massively increasing the production over here. And these things, because they take xenoferrite plates, I'm replacing one problem with another problem. I'm turning off using ignium ore as fuel in favor of using ferrite plates for fuel, which I think is actually maybe a bit of a bait. I'm starting to think maybe that's not the plan. Maybe I should still be using ignium ore. I really don't want to run out of this stuff anytime soon. Or do we just ignore all of it? Do we just ignore all of it and make it tomorrow's problem until we can do something bigger and better? Second ignium ore node, set up an outpost. Yeah, I've got one over here, buried in the rocks, on the mountains on the other side, which would not be impossible to belt over here. While it may not be impossible, it's going to be annoying. But it's still beltable range, you know, it's only a couple of tiles over. It's just we got to get one there. Alternatively, there's one all the way over here, which is further away, but on the surface, maybe easier to get to. There's one miles away up here in the mountains, which I want to avoid using. This is probably the closest candidate for me. Might have to go get a mine shaft on the go over there, bring it to the surface, and just belt it in for now. Our Xeno supply, our ferrit ore, is going to come from these down here, because we're also going to be going down here for whatever this is, which is still unknown to us. Alright. Maybe that is going to be... Let's get the next science finished. It's... Okay. A new ignium ore mine is a priority. I think I want to get Science 4 finished and automated, so we can start chipping away at Science 4. Get this continuing to repair itself, and then we'll go make a new ignium mine or something, I think. Right, what's this saying now? This can't work unless there's at least 50% power to it, so at the moment it's not... Oh, I can't even open comms with it unless it's got 50% power. Are we in a downward spiral of oh shit? Have we actually hit an oh shit moment? Are we about to have a brownout? Okay. Okay, maybe it is more of a priority to fix this now. Let's take this belt back over here and have this as priority. Do we want to do that? I think we're gonna have to. Okay, I think we're gonna have to. Let's put in a little splitteroo here. Boop boop. Little splitteroo, bit I want to use with a input priority that side. No, input priority this side. Use, okay, we're not producing huge amounts of this anyway. Let's use it, but let's make sure we don't have a catastrophe on our hands. Right, prioritise the fuel canisters for now, because we're not making a huge amount of them. Get you in here to fill the gaps. I'm wondering if this belt maybe is not fast enough. I don't know. See, now why are these not doing anything? Why were these not doing anything? Missing fuel? How can you be missing fuel? There's literally fuel right here. Okay, this is indicative of like a brownout situation, because when the power dies, the loaders stop working, and when the loaders stop working, you stop getting fuel in your things, and it's a vicious circle. Right, let's get the belt full. We're going to upgrade this belt. And in turn, probably upgrade that splitter, or it's not going to make any difference whatsoever, is it? Don't upgrade the splitter, you're not going to have any more success. Right, that's primed the system. We should be back up and running. Okay. What are we saying? Okay, potential 20 megawatts of power there now. Once everything's happy. It just means we're going to rip through these resources faster than I wanted to, but we've delayed the problem. We've not fixed it, but we've delayed the problem. I'm trying to delay this problem as much as I can until I can get cargo ships, because I really don't want to have to go digging out flipping mines in the arse end of nowhere, putting in belts halfway across the fucking map. I want some proper cargo ship transport for these materials. Then I can make like just a big smeltery area, and we'll just be good to go. Right, so you're done. You're hunky-dory. Hull repairs have been done. We have no power available up north, so it seems sensible for me to get some power. It will give us an additional 100 drones. Let's just get some power first. Go. 1,000 construction material. That should be a piece of piss, right? It needs it to be delivered, and then the construction drones need to actually make it. So 1,000 should be no problem. What's in our hull over here? Our warehouse. Where's our? They're already off. Look, they're off doing it. Good boys. Well done. We've got 6,000 construction material in our warehouse. We're absolutely smashing it. Right, whilst that's doing then, let's finish Science 4 so that it's up and running and ready to rock and roll. How am I gonna belt this back to my machines over there? It's gonna be a big old belt again. We love us a big old belt. We can squeeze it in. That way. That's where it's going. About here somewhere, I think, isn't it? By the looks of things. It's going to go in there and across there. We'll do outputs on. We'll figure this out in a minute. We need to extend the bus. We need to get things in. Configure assembler. Science 4. We're going to run out of belts instantly. Let's restock. It'd be nice if there was like a toolbar or something here showing what was going on in the radio tower stuff, like we have with the research bar. That would be cool. I'm going to need a bunch of that. What else am I going to need? Bunch of belts, foundations. Yeah, the jetpack is definitely something I'd recommend. Like, it's the reason you do oil, right? If you don't do oil for any other reason, do oil for jetpack. Because for getting places and getting up and down, like, you know, you can't jump very high in this game, and so when you're limited to being on foot, it gets quite annoying quite quickly. So yeah, if you do jetpack for no other reason, if you do oil for no other reason, do it for the jetpack. Right, bus extended. The irony is that we don't really need the bus extended that far for any of this, do we? Because this is pretty simple. One of the materials is going to come in here. This is going to be our feral, what did I call it? Those magic bars that come from the space station. Actually, no, we're going to bring them in here. Because they're going to go on the bus here. They're likely going to come up from ground zero around here somewhere. Slope up. They're going to be on the bus there. I don't know if they really strictly need to be on the bus, but I kind of think they do, so yeah, we'll find out. And we'll run them in here from the space station all the way over there. I've started to enjoy running belts under my foundations more. Out of sight, out of mind. It doesn't look very well. It looks better than it actually is. Sometimes hiding your troubles, hiding your woes is the smart play. Now that's really dumb though, isn't it? Because now it's flipping right in the arse end of in the way of this. Coccosaurus. I have to move the input of those two across, I think. Flipping hell. They're going there. You're not connecting to that. You're going to have to go under. We're going to have to pop up there instead. Okay, this isn't, unless I bring them up here instead. Unless I bring them up earlier. We can do that, we can bring them up earlier. That works. That works. Then I don't need half as much annoyance with the next build. There we go. Beautiful. Get rid of you. Box all that back in. Beautiful. Okay. Bring the new fancy bars in this way. What did we need in here? I've forgotten now. Fancy bars, circuits, and energy cells. Circuits are up here. Energy cells. Oh no, flipping hell, this is where energy cells go. Oh, I knew there was something else going on the bus that I hadn't put on the bus that I desperately needed to go on the bus. Energy cells from way back here. Oh, flipping Nora. Now it's all going horribly wrong. Because now me thermalite bars can't come up here either. Because that's where energy cells are going. Lord flipping Christ above. Right, box you back in. These things are going up here. Why am I getting satisfactory vibes from this? Because it's very satisfactory. Very satisfactory. I consider it more Factorio than I do satisfactory, but I can definitely understand the vibes. That means my new fancy ferrolite bar things are coming in here. Yo, I've just had a massive... I've just had the biggest dick brain idea. We wang a splitter in there. Alright, we wang a splitter in there. Hear me out here. We take them into the machines before they even hit the bus. Yes, before they've even hit the bus. Then we do an output from here, and then hey, boom, hey presto. Ferrolite bars on the bus. Magic. I'm assuming they need to go on the bus. They might not. That's not big dick brain, is it? Because this is then blocked. No, because this is the output lane and it doesn't need anything in it. I'm an absolute genius. I amaze myself sometimes. I actually amaze myself. You come up that way. Beautiful.
Let's make sweet.
Beautiful.
Sweet
Nobody's any the wiser that there's some shenanigans at play. Nobody need know. Nobody need know. So now we bring these energy jobbies down here. Nobody need to know. Why won't it let me get rid of that one? There we go. Cheerleader with a tier 1 for 10 months now. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Good morning. Hope you're feeling well. Yeah, still no alpha. There should be a new alpha wave that goes out later today. She's busy hiding the evidence. I saw it. I just needed to get my brain in gear before we ventured too far. Thank you, thank you. Right, energy cells, check. Circuit boards go in on this one. Where are circuit boards? Circuit boards are all the way up here. We double ups. Circuit boards. Boom. Ferrolite bars go in there. Right, now we've got to do a bajillion inserters. 500 million inserters. Ready? Inputs. I wonder if our space station's finished doing space station stuff yet. And then we need a 6, a big long one for the energy cells. Keep the panel easy to access. This is one of those where if you just had blueprints, you just go and it'd be done. There's nothing in my mind that could convince me otherwise that this game desperately needs like a copy-paste blueprint style function somewhere. I mean, DSP, Dyson Sphere project program, I can never remember which one. DSP literally stopped doing everything they were doing when they launched the game, since the player outcry was like, we fucking need some blueprints in this game. And they listened. I think Paradox need to also listen, because without, you are never going to want or have much desire to scale things past your main initial starting base without the ability to place things down faster than this. You'll happily do this once, but you definitely don't want to do it bigger and better next time, I don't think. Or I assume. Right, so that's Gucci, all apart from the ferrolite bars that should come from our space station once I've figured that shenanigans out. And then this belt goes across here somewhere. Where did we say we were taking it? Here. Ah, look, I was nearly perfect on my plans. Boop. Runs along here, runs along here. It's going to be a monster of a belt, but what can you do? Ow, flipping, we're going to hit a power pole. We're going to move a power pole. Who dare put a power pole in the way? Oh no, we've traffic jam. Traffic jam, we've already used this lane. Okay. Okay, we'll spaghetti fire it, it's fine. Incoming spaghetti fires. We already need to move a power pole, so let's do that real fast. Boop. Oh, now I've killed power to things. Now I've killed power to my entire base. Please hold. Saved. Have some spaghetti. Is that going to clash? That is going to clash. Have some spaghetti. It's fine. It's fine. You know what we're going to do? We're going to spaghetti on top of the other belt that's also science. That's what I should have done with the green. I should have stacked it on top of the red in the first place. We should have had... Think vertical, Mantheus. Think vertical. Game's got verticality for a reason. Right, where are we plumbing this in though? Let's wang it in here. Nope, that's not what we're doing. Boop. Who put a rock here? Get out of here, rock. Hello? Bingo. Let's get some inserters. This is where I need triple inserters. Triple inserters. 1, 2, 3. Where have they gone? There we go. Input, boop. Input, boop. Input, boop. Beautiful. Right. For all intensive purposes then, that's practically Tier 4 science automated. It's missing its thermalite bars, which I haven't quite 100% figured out yet. I'm assuming they're going to... that's a good point. When they come from the space station, do they come to here or do they go into the warehouse? I guess we'll find out. This is just missing one component now, though. It's missing these magic bars. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy now. Thermalite bars. Phi bars. I need some Phi bars. 4 per minute. Times 10 factories, that's 40 per minute, technically. Right, what's going on over here? What's going on over here? Still powered, which is a good start. Panels, done. We have solar panels upstairs, so we have available power to build stuff now. What do general hull repairs 2 do? Repair general damages to the outer hull. Why? Why would I spend 5,000 construction materials on doing that? I don't know. Sales platform. I want to know how the hell do I get these thermalite bars? There's currently 1,000 in there. I want them. Give them to me. Do we need the cargo? That's a cargo bay extension. How do I get these thermalite bars back? Thermalite bars can be retrieved from the space station through a requester warehouse once products have been sold. A requester warehouse? Is that one of these? No, that's a construction warehouse. I need another. I'm missing a warehouse. Construction ship port, transport ship port, construction warehouse. Where's the requester warehouse? Have I not researched it? That's a sales warehouse. Unlock 2 new warehouses. The sales warehouse allows the shipping of sales items to the space station, while the requester warehouse requests items stored in the space station after products have been sold. Ah, space station requester warehouse. Here we go. So this is what I now need. Flipping out more warehouses. Okay, go, go, gadget, go. Do it. Whilst that's doing, I guess we then probably need the sales platform to be able to buy and sell stuff to get yet more thermalite bars, I guess. So, do we work on this one? Sure. Let's go, go, gadget. Now we watch all of our materials ripperoni pepperoni. I already suspect that I've filled this warehouse far too full. $7,900 construction material in there already. I need to turn that thing off. I need to turn this building off. You're too hungry. You're stealing all of my stuff. Short on steel by the looks. No, advanced circuits by the looks of things. Heck, let's just leave it on. We've got materials for a reason. Let's just use them. Right, what's my actual task though now? What is my task at hand? We're waiting on that to finish doing space things, which we're waiting for sales warehouses. What do we need to build these sales warehouses? We can check, make sure that we have stuff in the first place. 200 steel beams, 50 advanced machine parts, 50 circuit boards, and 100 polymer boards. That's not too difficult. 31 by 12 by 21. Okay, these things are hooning again. These are the same size as these flipping things. Where and who and why are where are we going to put that flipping thing then? I didn't think of that, did I? I thought the thermalite bars were going to come through in here. Can I squeeze a warehouse in this gap? It's not like I'm using this for anything. Although, that's famous last words. If I ever want to expand this, I might need to expand it into here. So maybe keeping this space relatively clean and tidy is a good decision. I mean, I can wang the warehouse here, I suppose. There's not too much else going on this section yet. Or do I deliberately keep my warehouses well the fuck away from the bus? That also seems like a plan. I don't think we're going to extend this power much further than what it is currently, at least in its current location. I believe we can probably build like a power factory over there or something, because you just cable power where you need power cabled. It doesn't need to be so close. Maybe we just, considering this area is off the side of the bus, we just put another warehouse in here. Boom. Whack it in. Whack it in. Slap it down. Okay. But there's 2 warehouses we're researching, I think. The requester warehouse, which was where all of our thermalite bars will come to. And then sales warehouse, which I suspect is where we need to run in when we get work orders. Yippee-ki-yay. When we get work orders, I suspect that's where we're going to have to send all of the materials for said work order. That kind of needs to... Oh, God. Oh, God. How is this going to be... Does that mean you're going to be... Oh, Lord, I need to see this. Are we going to... Like, is it going to request random shit that we're not going to have automated or built? Or isn't going to... Oh, dear Lord. What? Who ordered work orders? I guess it could make an interesting twist. It may... Maybe you just fulfill them semi by hand. I don't know. Let's see. Nobody wants to be filling orders by hand. I really should now. In fact, no, I still don't have that first amount of thermalite bars to do any Science 4 research. Where am I going to spend my first Science 4 research packs? I think they're going to be prioritized into cargo ships, you know. Once we've unlocked Science 4, we have pump jack efficiency. Meh, boring. We're doing sales warehouses now. Solar panels might alleviate some of our... Hang on, that's flipping loud. What's going on around here? Let's go stand on our rock. We can... What's going to be the most important thing to spend our Science 4s on? Because they're going to be big, bold, expensive. Thermalite smelting. This feels very important. By smelting thermalite bars into thermalite sheets, the material can then be used for various purposes. It's especially useful in advanced manufacturing because thermalite is very lightweight yet sturdy. Oh, so maybe thermalite bars don't actually need to go on the bus. Maybe it's the sheets that go on the bus. Ah, okay. So thermalite bars, we wang them in an electric arc furnace, which takes 4 megawatts of power by itself. Okay, our power's about to go to the moon. We turn 100 thermalite bars into 1250 thermalite liquid, and then we do that in an electric arc furnace, and then in a casting machine we take 250 liquid thermalite and we make it into thermalite sheets. Those sheets then probably go on the bus, not the bars in themselves. this process, we can kind of put this on the bus, I think, technically. Because if we're going to take wherever thermalite bars come in, they come in on a big warehouse. Once we take them from the warehouse, their number one priority is to go through this science first. We should probably put the thermalite arc and the smelting of thermalite bars next in the run here. Maybe that does go on the bus. So they get priority to go through to science, and then once they've been done with for science, they go through to be smelted down into sheets, which we can do here. And then those sheets go on the bus, because apparently those sheets are used for robot stuff. That sort of makes sense to me. That makes sense. E.g., that becomes quite an important thing to unlock next with some of our first science packs. Advanced steel making. Steel is still a bottleneck for me right now. We unlock the advanced smelter. What's the difference between a smelter and an advanced smelter? Presumably it just does shit faster. Not the problem right now. Advanced xenoferrite ignium ore blend. You take xenoferrite ores and you take ignium ores and you make an advanced blend, and one advanced blend makes 2 steel beams. Okay, yeah, we need that. Steel has been a bottleneck for me for flipping ages. We take ignium ore rubble and we turn it into ignium ore, which interestingly then doesn't seem to have a fuel value attached to it, so it's purely an intermediate. Okay, that's gonna be useful. So we can update our steel production quite quickly on as well. Texelite veins. What does texelite do for us? Unlocks the ore scanning ability to detect texelite ore veins. Ore veins are large underground resources. Yeah, I know what veins are. Oh, which can be accessed through the underground mining technology. Oh, so that's when we then need this. This is to tap into ore veins rather than ore nodes. Ah, interesting. Cool. Modular storage tanks, cargo ships. This is what I really want. 200 of this bad boy, but I want cargo ships. I don't know why I'm so gung-ho about cargo ships, but I think they're whoa, they're big-ass buildings as well. They're as big as those warehouses. I'm so used to, like, passive provider chests and, like tiddly, big old cargo ship pads. Okay. Well, that will make the... Okay, sure. CPU production. Oh, this is where we need texelite ore for making computer processing units. What happens with texelite ore? We mine it. Presumably we mine texelite ore. No, we get texelite ore rubble. So we crush it into texelite ore. We then smelt it into ingots. We then liquidate said ingots. And then we take the liquid and we turn it into wafers. And the wafers, I presume, then are added along with polymer boards and more alumic acid to make CPU units. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4-step process that seems really unnecessary for it to be a 4-step process. You go from rubble to ore to ingots to liquids to wafers. Are there any other means of material transport besides belts and cargo ships? Not that I've been able to find. This is why I'm so gung-ho on getting cargo ships. As it's going to mean that I don't have to piss around with like huge great big belts all over the place to go get all of these other patches. Once we unlock cargo ships, we go mine a bunch of stuff, bring it to the surface, wang it in a ship, and then we can have a bunch of cargo ships that just offload materials, and then we can do whatever the hell we need with those materials, whether it be smelt them or crush them or, you know, whatever. That's kind of the goal. I want like an area down here that is just cargo ships. Like, just bring stuff in, right? Bring all of the stuff in, and then I can deal with it locally. That's the goal. Now we're getting a little bit deeper into stuff where we probably need a regular and steady supply of Science 4s to be able to achieve all of this. But then robot components is hydraulic pistons and robot parts. Hang on. What's just happened in the background? Oh, space station request a warehouse. We've finished that technology then. Right, let's get... Didn't I say I was going to wang it down here somewhere? I think I did, didn't I? Because then it's going to request it, and it's going to bring it into this sort of location anyway. Haha. Sales warehouse, space station, request a warehouse. This is the one I need right now. Beams, advanced machine parts, polymer boards, circuits. Let's go grab some stuff. We started with steel beams, I think. 200 steel beams? Okay, maybe I'll go actually get some proper steel beams. Steel beams, advanced machine parts. I've got so few of these right now because they're not being made fast enough. Circuit boards and polymer boards. Circuit boards. I need 100 of these things. Okay, we got those. Now I need how many circuit boards? 50 circuit boards. I should have the polymer boards, circuit boards, advanced machine parts, and steel beams. Let's go get a stack of steel. It's over this way. I mean, belts will do the job, right? Belts will definitely do the job to go and get materials, but I don't know. It's an artificial annoyance to use massive, great big hooning, great big stupid long belts, which I'd rather not do if I can get away with it. The only way to get away with it is to use cargo ships, which... sales, let's see if we can grab some more of these. No, which one was it? Space station request a warehouse, that's the one. That's going to get us our thermalite bars. Yoink.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Booker with the year! 12 months. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Happy anniversary. 12 months. Appreciate that. I also need to do something with this biomass. Keeping it all in my inventory is a real waste of space. I need to set some fancy box up somewhere to just burn off all of this biomass. It's not like I use it for anything. That said, explosives. Probably should use it for explosives. Didn't I have a thing over here somewhere to make explosives that I need to prime it with biomass that I probably never have? Explosives seem like a weird one in this. Weird in terms of that they don't seem to be as important as you would expect them to be. I have practically not needed explosives. Well, maybe that's because I haven't done any outposting. Maybe you use them aggressively for outposting, especially if you're doing underground mines and stuff like that, but... Well, I keep... Oh, Shift Tab is what does that. That's what brings that menu up. Okay. Where's that sales warehouse then? Where'd she go? Has it made? It's made. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh my god, it's a beast. Okay, we were going to put this over here, weren't we? So, salesy stuff. Sales request a warehouse. This is where our thermalite bars are going to come in. Let's wang down a platform for this to sit on. We'll put it at the end of here because this is predominantly where I think we're going to need stuff anyway. Right, it should fit on there. That looks about big enough, doesn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe I underestimated. Because we want to give it a little room to have belts and stuff on as well. Okay, I'm going to put it there and it's going to be happy. Look at the size of that thing. I need more foundation. I think all the factories, all of the warehouses are going to have the same sort of model to them. I would like to see them build a separate model. Because if you're going to have huge, great big warehouses that are, for the most part, just aesthetics, the reason they take up so much space is just because it's, you know, it's a warehouse. It should. At least they need different models, I think. A different reskin is not enough. Make them stand out, make them feel separate somehow. She's a beast. So you've got lots of ports for ins and outs on this thing. Presumably because you need lots of ins and outs for this thing, maybe. Warehouse is not connected. Please select which materials to deliver from the space station by pressing the configure button. Configure. Thermalite bars. Select. Warehouse is operational. Are you going to get me thermalite bars then? Well, none of these dudes are doing anything. So... okay. Space station request a warehouse. My plan is to bring them in and then pump them through here probably first, and then, okay, maybe having the bus there. I thought they were going to come in from the radio tower, but obviously they needed their own warehouse, which is now over there. Have I missed a step, or was there not 1,000 thermalite bars up there ready for me to get them? Was there not? Open comms. Cargo bay level 1. Current storage capacity, 1,000 thermalite bars. Oh. There wasn't... Oh, okay. Well, we've just got some new windows either way. Is it going to say anything? No. Where's BB-8 gone? He usually tells us what's going on. He's not said anything to us for a while. You got nothing to say? You've got nothing to say anymore. I think we've surpassed as far as they'd wrote the story for this game at this point. We're on our own. Station view? Oh, cool, look! This is what our station looks like. She still looks a bit battered and bruised, mind. We've fixed one solar panels. We've fixed a cargo bay thing. She's getting repaired at least. Sails. Oh, cool. What is this? Next trade ship arrives in 15 seconds. Current storage, 0 thermalite bars. Sales storage, 0 drones. Total profit. So thermalite bars appears to be like your cash monies, right? Total sales, maintenance drone, 0. Is that what we do then? Do we craft maintenance? Do we sell the maintenance drones? Is that what we need to be doing then? What is the actual point of this game? I don't know. It's not very well defined. It's that early access that they haven't really padded out any storyline or anything for it. From what I can gather so far, the big space station in the sky is a little bit broken. Our first initial goal, we're on a moon technically, from what I can gather. We've landed on a moon. We've crash landed on a moon. This space pod with us inside it crash landed on this moon. And the concept is to harvest this moon's resources to rebuild the spaceship, to presumably then go back into business and, you know, I don't know what the story leads to at that point, but that's kind of like the initial concept. Looks pretty unharmed for a crash landing. Maybe it was a controlled crash. A controlled crash at best. But that's as much as a storyline as I've been able to unlock at this point. Well, it leads me to believe then I need to somehow do I craft maintenance drones and then send them into space? And then those maintenance drones get sold and gets converted into thermalite bars? Is that what it is? I was assuming that it would request certain different items that we were then going to be responsible for crafting. Sales platform is done. Construction drone bay. Repairs the damaged construction drone bay to increase the amount of available construction drones. This will make your constructions complete faster. Well, we've got 100 construction drones. I don't see the need of boosting it any further than it already is. A cargo bay extension. Extending the cargo bay allows us to store more products waiting to be sold. It also allows us to store more currency items. Okay. More solar and a general hull repair. Okay, I don't see much of a need to build out any more of that right now. I guess I need to figure out these drones. We unlocked a second one. The sales warehouse. Maybe I need to build this and plonk this down to figure something out. Maybe this is then going to tell us we need certain things to be put in it that then get sent up into space and then sold. So 200 steel beams, check. I need circuit boards, polymer boards, and advanced machine parts. Polymer boards are on the bus. And there's a good chance there's a whole stack of them in each of these materials, buildings as well. Oh no, there's only 3 in each one. Well, we can take you for starters. Mm. Is that enough of those yet? 124, that should be. Space Station Requester, that's the one we've already done. Sales Warehouse. Let's make you then. Go, go, gadget, go. Oh, is it making all of those machine parts by hand? This belt. Oh, I have so few of those. It's the one belt I didn't extend, look. My bus is incomplete. Okay, maybe just make it now. Right, that's got about 30 seconds till that's finished. In a weird way, I think I'm kind of like I'm almost ahead of schedule. I'm waiting for research and stuff to finish now, so I try and piece together what the hell I'm meant to be doing. I'm kind of weirdly ahead of the curve, I think, in what I need to do. This downtime I absolutely should be spending going and getting more resources from places, or at least starting the mining process, shouldn't I? I haven't decided. Let me grab a drink. Hang on, back in 2. I do wish there was a way to, I don't know, some night vision goggles or something are needed to get rid of the dark. I see it seems to be nighttime more than it's daytime, by quite some substantial margin. Maybe it's because I notice it when it's nighttime and I don't notice it when it's daytime, but it feels like I'm always in the dark. Which also doesn't lead to a very good viewing experience for you guys, I imagine. I suppose I am on a moon, yeah. It's true. So there's no real need to upgrade this any more than it currently is, at least as it stands at the moment. It doesn't feel like it's worth upgrading anymore. How have we managed with filling this warehouse with construction material? Uh, 8,500 out of 25,000 capacity. I weirdly don't want to designate any more materials to that just now. I'm going to turn you off because I need all of like these advanced components, for example. I need these other places right now. So let's shut you down for a minute. Don't need you producing anymore. We've got 8,000 construction material just chilling, waiting for us anyway. I'll probably regret that decision later, but I would rather use the materials somewhere else for a minute. I very clearly need to improve production on a few things here. Circuit boards are fine. They do technically need more electronic circuits by the looks of things. But the thing that's really holding me back is these electronic, like tier 2 electronic ones. But that is because I'm fucked on steel. My entire playthrough, I've just been broken on steel. Which ultimately leads back to needing more ignium ore and more xenoferrite ore. A problem that keeps reappearing. Have you built a couple of kilometers in one direction to see if there's some curvature on the body that you're on? Technically, this moon is flat. From what I'm led to believe, it's a procedurally generated unlimited map. From what I'm led to believe. I've done a little bit of exploring out, but not particularly that far. I've not gone that far, if I'm honest. I did this exploring on foot before I even got my jetpack. Now I've got my jetpack, I could explore a little bit further. But I already know that these are distances more so than I want to be doing anyway. We'll do some more exploring soon. Right, let's plonk down this other warehouse. Small little warehouse, look. Do I just drop it? Okay. I'm just thinking that I don't know if my sales warehouse is going to need... I don't know if its placement is going to be important or not. Let's plonk it down, see what it does, and before it does anything important, decide what it does. And then we can decide if it needs to go somewhere more important, or whether it can just be off to the side somewhere. Bish bash boop. Can it fit on there? It's definitely not going to fit there, is it? It's definitely not going to fit there. No, far too flipping huge, this thing. Monster machine. Vegetation in the way. You pissing tree. Stupid tree. Get out of here. Mother Nature, remove yourself. This is my house. Right, yeah, try placing these down without a jetpack. Flipping Nora. Well, let's just put it there for a minute to see what the hell it does. It's going to complain that we haven't connected it. There's no foundation, isn't it? Let's go get some more Whoa, I keep doing that. Let's go get some more foundation. Hopefully, this will give us a better understanding of what the hell's going on with, like, this sales thing to get these thermalite bars still. Hopefully. Did you whistle at me? No, you still don't have a quest or anything for me. I'm going to plonk all of this down now, only to find out that it doesn't go here and I'm going to need to put it down somewhere else, but you live and you learn. Let's just do that for now. Right, you should sort of be happy. What are you doing? Warehouse is not configured. Please select which object to sell by pressing the configure button on the right. Maintenance drone. Is that all it is? Is that literally all we actually sell is maintenance drones? I don't think I'd ever bothered to automate those because I've never at this point found a need for them other than making one warehouse. One of these warehouses, for example, this construction ship port needed 20 maintenance drones, and I think I just made them by hand because it's the only time I ever found a need for them. Now you're telling me I need to automate them to send them into space. Okay. Where are they? Robots, maintenance drones. Advanced machine parts, electronic components, circuit boards, and energy cells. Well, fortunately, that's all stuff that's automated already. The question is how many of these do we need to make? Base crafting speed of 15 seconds in a basic assembler. They're going to chunk through a lot of advanced machinery parts and electronic components by the looks of things. 1 energy cell per. My energy cell setup was made. This is my energy cell production. which I scaled it to be enough to do 10 science per minute. I didn't scale it much bigger than that, as I wasn't expecting it to need energy cells too aggressively more, but apparently we do. Okay, well this is still going to be good enough for now. That's going to put more strain on glass. Glass is easy to make. Xenoferrite plates. Okay, that's not too problematic. This probably can stay here then. This probably can stay here. The plan of action probably is to then build next to it a maintenance drone production facility, I guess. And then pipe them straight in, and apparently they get zipped off to space. I think. And then we sell the maintenance drones in exchange for ferrolite bars. Is that what we're saying? Open com. I mean, it seems to be that if we zip maintenance drones into space, then we sell them for thermalite bars, and I'm assuming that there's a. I'm assuming there's a what. I don't know what we do here. This could all be just for looks, just for show. Okay. Let's make some maintenance drones then. Let's extend the bus. We've nearly hit the sea, look. We've nearly hit the sea. There's part of me that wants to do another bend. Do we put another kink in our bus? I kind of want to put another kink in the bus, you know. I'm thinking we do another turn and we go along this way. We can have a maintenance drone facility here. Because then whatever science 5 and all of the thermalite smelt... Maybe we can squeeze the thermalite smelting system in here. Put a kink in the bus and then have science 5 and whatever that entails up here. And then go along this way for more stuff. It means it kind of loops round. Yo! Oh, I've just had possibly the most ridiculous, stupid thought I've ever had in my entire life. What if we make a completely circular bus? So any materials that end up at the bus come back to the beginning. Oh, dear God. I mean, that's... Oh, dear God. A sushi bus? Do we go full sushi bus? Well, not full sushi bus, but we could have looped... Do we do looped belts? Do we just make it go all the way around? Oh, dear Lord, have mercy. What have I decided? What have I thought? I don't know if that's even smart to contemplate, because actually a huge amount of all of this would need to move to be able to facilitate the belts coming back through again, but I don't know whether I should just keep ploughing over the sea or whether I should put a kink on it to kind of pretend that land mass matters, even though it's all built above land anyway. I kind of need to make that decision now, though. If we're gonna put a kink in it and go this way, if we're gonna do a right turn before we hit the sea, we kind of need to do it now, because our bus is nearly, it's 3/4 of a block wide already. Meaning if we turn the bus now, we can squeeze it in here, and then this section should be enough to do like more science and more robots stuff, and then we just head in this direction. Gives us a lot more room to build here on Earth. I think I'm going to have to do it. I think we're going to have to put a kink in the bus. Next world, make some deliberate art. Part of me wants to build my... If I was to do this again, would want to build it all completely invisible, all underground. Like true Minecraft-esque, go completely deep. Make it like have one little hatch where you can like have your starting zone, right? From this very minute on, this should be the only thing above the surface. That could be a cool challenge. because the reality is this game isn't going to have super duper mega long end game. So once you kind of know exactly what you're doing and where you're going and where it finishes, you can do silly things like that. You could start by building the entire thing in underground caves and tunnels and all sorts of silly stuff. Have a complete ant, like an ant colony kind of thing underground. It'd probably be a logistical flipping nightmare. But it'd be cool to just, like, have that as the only thing above ground. Everything else can... Where's your factory? Where's your factory? I suppose there's some stuff, maybe. Okay, there is a slight problem. Some stuff might have to be above, because I doubt you can do very well putting your drones to speak to the space station underground. But, okay, we'll see. Right, I'll put it to a poll. I'll put it to a vote. Do we... plow straight across and just keep going and basically just end up being really boring and building above the sea? Or do I put a right-hand turn and we'll go across this? In fact, no, it's not going to a vote. I'm doing it. We're turning the bus. We're turning the bus. That means this can stay where it is. I'm likely going to need to increase production of this at some point anyway, so I'll leave some space to do that. This is going to have its production increased at some point as well, so I'll leave this space to do that. Likewise, these two things. You may have noticed I've left a lot of room on this one side of the bus. This is by design. So for when these get bigger and juiced, like maybe double them up or something, we've got room to expand these, because these are our core. Look how pathetic this is right now. Look how pathetic this is. It is just not churning out enough. This is going to need to be scaled up to the moon. Build the Golden Gate Bridge across to the island and then have everything on and in the bridge. Well, that sounds almost clever. That sounds almost clever. I vote Clower. Okay, well, sorry, I vetoed all of you. I'm going to try and stick to land. It's starting to look a bit spaghetti already. It's organised spaghetti, that's what it is. It's spaghetti around the edge. I must admit, this sort of section at the moment is a bit too spaghetti for even my liking. But the main base is semi-organised. Righty then. Yeah, maybe I'll still have the thermalite smelting and business going on here. Because I think that's relative, from what I could see, that was relatively self-contained with... So, thermalite smelting. We need arcs. These are what it's done in. So we take thermalite bars and it produces thermalite liquid just by smelting it. Once it's smelted, we cast it in machines. So that doesn't require any other materials at all other than just thermalite bars. And we'll eventually end up with just thermalite sheets instead. What's the ratio on that bar to sheets? How does that work? We take 100 bars and we get 1,250 sheet liquid. We take 1,250 liquid and we get 5 sheets. So it's 20 bars per... 20 thermalite bars to 1 sheet is the ratio. Because there's no modules, there's no productivity in any of this stuff. This is why the game is all still very... It's actually very simplistic. Like, the depth to this is not... This is why it's a 100-hour game and not a 1,000-hour game. Because scaling is as simple as just taking what you already have and copy and pasting it a few times and making sure you have the materials. There's no fancy beacons or modules or anything like that to add productivity. There's only one type of casting machine. There's only one type of electric arc furnace, for example. 4 megawatts of power to do this. 1 electric arc furnace. What's the duration of this? 7.5 seconds to turn 100 bars into liquid. 12 seconds to take 250 liquid into the sheets. So that's 50% more time. Okay, you need 1 electric arc furnace, and quick maths is like 8 casting machines to 1 furnace or something. So it's going to end up being quite a big build, because these casting machines are not small by themselves. And this thing's 18 by 12 by 9. This thing's a bit of a monster even as it stands. So yeah, maybe that corner section can be devoted to doing that. We do a bend in the bus, and then once it's finished doing it, it puts the sheets back on the bus, and we can do robots and science 5 and whatever else there. Okay. Okay. Actually. Do I move this back and use this corner for the drone production as well? Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. I need a shitload of foundation. Let's go. I think I have a plan. Is it going to work? No idea. Let's see. I'm doing all of this, and at the same time, I'm also kind of forgetting about the fact that my material supply is not fantastic this entire time. Let me do a quick blast on this. Whoa. What's this looking like? Okay, that ignium ore is like 3/4 depleted now. Once this is dead, our fuel and steel supply is also dead, so let's be aware of that. And by aware, I mean we'll ignore it until it's actually a problem. Stop pressing shift and tab. There we go. Right, so I want to bump this back a section, and then this bit will be made for making drones. How far back do we want to go with this? That sort of section should probably be good for doing drones. So we move this back a bit. Yoink. God, it's so hard to place these things. They're huge. It's a beast. About there. This section down here then can make drones with whatever's needed to make drones. I'm really hoping that drones are the only thing we ever actually need to make. Like, I'm hoping that's the thing here. I'm hoping we don't end up needing multiple... I'm hoping those sales orders don't change. I'm hoping it starts as drones and stays at drones. If it changes, then my plan goes in the bin, but... Alright, I need enough room to potentially do a right angle in this. Maybe I want the first belt like there. So we go a bit further. And then we put a turn. Oh, there we put a turn in. No, that's wrong. That's already wrong. Let's, for the love of all that's holy, do not make a mistake now. It's meant to be a one gap between the bus lanes. Ooh, put a tree here. Oi, tree. Move. Okay. Some of the belts. I'll do layer 1 belts first, then we'll do layer 2 belts in a minute. Artistically, this is not going to be very beautiful. It is just going to end up being a complete and utter concrete jungle. Concrete jungle without concrete, ironically. But, as a lot of you will know, transmog isn't usually my thing. I prefer functionality over things that look pretty. Don't tell that to the wife. Energy cells. Oh, I'm at conveyors. I'm actually not surprised that happened. I'm surprised we got that far. We need a whoopsie doopsies. We definitely need a few more on here. Right, let's grab some more belts. Oh, I keep pressing that button. We'll soon find out if Mrs. Mantis is lurking. Oh, no chance. I don't think she's ever watched a single stream. She hasn't got a clue what's going on. That's famous last words, isn't it? I'll be cancelled tomorrow. Right, grab some more belts. I'm going to need some more builder machiney things soon. You. Oink. You know that's coming. Does she even know that you stream? Yes. Much like I have practically no idea what she does on a day-to-day basis, she practically has no idea what I do. And it's a mutual understanding that we, you know, okay, you made money at the end of the month, I made money at the end of the month, we're both happy. It's fine. It also means that neither of us have much of an incentive to talk about work when we're not working, because the other person doesn't understand and doesn't proclaim to understand. So it's actually good for the relationship overall. Especially considering we technically both work from home as well. So it's like, if all we did, you know, was talk shop talk, we'd probably end up murdering each other, which is not fun for anybody. Did you have a good day is enough. Yeah, that's it. That's literally it, yeah. We can actually, you know, talk about stuff that matters to us. Right, this little spot is where we're going to build the drone factory production stuff, which will then get zipped straight in here and presumably zipped off into space. I've got a few more belts to lay on this. Let's make sure we don't miss anything off. Energy cells, thermalite bars, we're going to go here. Now, admittedly, how far they need to go is debatable right now, but I'll take them where they need to go all the same. We might replace this belt of bars with the sheets if this area is big enough to do the thermalite sheet production. Right, I think that's spaced stuff out then. Let's work out how we need to automate these then. Advanced machine parts, electronic components, circuit boards and energy cells. That's pretty easy. The question is how many of these maintenance drones do we want to make? If we put 15 buildings down, we make 1 per second.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
That's also going to absorb
I hope.
disgusting amount of resources if we do that. Like I do not have anywhere near enough production for 1 per second of energy cells, circuit boards, 5 per second electronic components, 4 per second advanced machine. It's never going to run at 1 per second, but I'm thinking I should build it to that scale for if and as and when it does and can. Once we can supply it with enough materials to facilitate that, we'll be good. Like 35 months. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's OG status in the channel, I think. Big thank you very much. There's not many more than that. There's not many bigger. Do I go 10 factories, 2 rows, or maybe I just do 10. Maybe I do 10, 2 rows of 5. Can I do 2 rows of 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A row of 5 looks like this. Boop, 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 boop. Can I get 2 of those on their side in here? Probably. This is a bit messy because of this thing here in terms of connections. So maybe actually we can use this section here. We can all the materials can come from this direction. We'll have 2 rows of 5 here, I reckon. Right. So I reckon the first row, let's space this out. There's 1 there. There's 4 materials per. So we need that room. Okay, I've not left enough room with that warehouse, have I? For 2 rows of 5. Because it's 2, is it 4 materials in? 4 materials in, and then we want an output belt. It'd be nice to have the output belt of the drones in the middle here, and then mirror it, which means we haven't got enough room. I don't want to bump up too close to here. I could go maybe 1 tile across, but I don't want to go more than that. Okay, this thing's need to gotta back its ass up. We've got to move that again. Let's also double check that we can actually fit 5 in here kind of comfortably. 1, 2, 3. Whoops, misplaced. 4, 5. Okay, and then that gives us room for this belt to come out, loop back round, and then go into this warehouse. What it hasn't done is left me much room to ever expand this, but we can expand that further down that way and double it this way if needed, and this can be doubled on that side if needed as well. Yeah, that'll be fine. These drone things are just slow. Or do I just live with 1 row of 5 and just say fuck it? Is 1 per second on these drones too ambitious? Theoretically, we can increase the speed of these. We could use higher quality machines later on down the lines if we needed more. These are speed 1. When we unlock assemblers 3, assemblers 3 are speed 2, so it doubles. Maybe that's how we get the double out of it. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Let's not build way beyond our means just now. We can upgrade it with faster machines and stuff later. Was it really worth it for those 35 months? Worth every penny. There's an awful lot of people that use me as background noise. Okay, not an awful lot, but I've quite frequently been told that I am common background podcast noise for people, which I don't object to. No objections from me. I appreciate all the viewers, however actively engaged you are. Right, 4 materials in, 1 material out. That means we're going to use all 3 ports on this side. A 1, a 2, and a 3. Input, 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 input. In. Oh, autosave. Welcome, welcome. Nice to meet you. And then I need 5 of the bigger ones. Which I haven't automated yet. Bad me. And these are outputs. These are going to output on the belt over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Hey presto. Only have to put on the sound and the rats stay away from my office. Rats have pretty poor hearing. I hear they have much better sense of smell, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Best streamer compliment is I fell asleep to your stream. It's weird, right? But it actually is. Yeah. Yeah, we're happy to hear that. We take that as a compliment all day long. Input, 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 and last one, input. Connect the belts up in a minute. Let's make sure the machines are configured to do whatever these things are. Where have they gone? Where are these construction robots? Here we go. Maintenance drones. I've just had a horrible thought. Do we need maintenance drones anywhere else to make anything else? We make a whole bunch of robot-y shit, like, way further down the line. Do we need these? Are these maintenance drones considered a material somewhere? I hadn't considered that. Assembly 3, speed 2. Yeah, just checking my maths on that's right. Yeah. What and where would it be if it is used as a material somewhere else? Robot components, beams, low density oil, thermalite sheets. Okay, well, it's a good decision then to put thermalite sheets on the bus if they're used in these robot parts. What about CPU stuff? I don't think it was needed over here, was it? No, that's just acid. We might need some pipes on the bus, actually, looking at it. Some pipes on the bus are probably needed. It looks like we're going to need this olumic acid on the bus. We've already got it running to some of our buildings, but putting the pipe on the bus is maybe not a terrible idea. Assembly lines. Plates, advanced machine parts. Plates, advanced machine parts, circuit boards. Hydraulic pistons. Sales warehouse assembly line. Oh, what? Wait. Oh, whoa. Hang on, what? Another warehouse? How many flipping warehouses do we need? assembly line producer. Unlocks the assembly lines to manufacture advanced robots. And then heads, robot parts, robot parts, robot parts, robot parts, hydraulic pistons. What did it take to make those robot parts? Thermalite sheets, advanced machine parts. Okay, so I never need these maintenance drones on the bus. That's what I can maybe not categorically say, but I'm pretty confident in saying I don't ever need them on the bus. But I will need other things at some point. Air intake base? What the hell? Blast furnace? I like the fact that I feel as if I've got quite far into the game, but I also still feel as if there's quite a lot left. This is the Factorio thing kicking in, right? I'm starting to send shit into space, and I'm starting to get things from space, which in my head tells me that I've hit the end game. Because in Factorio, that is it. Once you get the last, space science, you're just in like ultimate, complete, repeat, like megabase mode. But it kind of feels like this is more mid-game now, which is quite clever. There still feels like there's a lot ahead of me, and this is just one step in the process, getting sort of like Space Link made, which is quite cool. Anybody know what creative mode is, as I see no difference between that and the regular game? The creative mode doesn't give you any you don't need materials to build things. You can build everything for free. Presumably, I would guess people will use creative mode. Well, without like blueprints, or being able to like copy paste stuff. If in other games, for example, it's common that people will use like a creative mode to like test out builds and design something, because you don't have to worry about paying and creating all of the materials to make things with, and then you take a blueprint and you just copy paste it then in your main game. Or unless you just want to make a pretty looking factory, but I'm not so sure many factory sim players would go that route, really. This still doesn't feel like a game that has enough customization for you to care about the aesthetics. I mean, you have decor, right? You can place down decor stuff, but it still doesn't feel like you're going to actually use it all that much. It still doesn't feel in depth enough for you to actually want to really care that much about making things look nice. But I don't care about that sort of stuff either way, so other than pretty belt weaving and stuff, this is my version of aesthetics, right? This to me looks neat and tidy, and this is a well-designed thing for me. It doesn't need to be put in a wall with glass windows and pretty colours and that sort of stuff. I'm not about making it arty-farty, but neat, tidy, organised is where I get my kicks. Doesn't mean it's always to ratio and that sort of stuff, but I like to make it at least, I don't know how to describe it, you know what I mean. Right, let's figure out what we need in here. We need 4 components. We need advanced machine parts and electronic components. Advanced machine parts. Electronic components are here. Maybe that can be the first one. And advanced machine components are technically actually going to be on top of this, isn't it? Because that's going to go here. Then we're going to do a turn. Because I've got my stacked belt. So maybe that should be the first one that comes in here. Because that's going to take a little bit more weavy. okay. I don't like the way that looks, but that's actually as good as it's going to get. Then this one is these. Is that right? Advanced machine parts and electronic components. Now we need circuit boards and energy cells. Circuit boards and energy cells on the other side. We need to extend our bus. Priority, extend bus. So we don't accidentally do stupid things like build where the bus should be and have to undo it all and then cry. There's going to be some materials, for example, these flipping, where are they? These flipping techno rods. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've needed techno rods. It's incredible just how much you don't need technium ore. Now, this is the one thing that worries me that could completely flip on its head. I'm still at the point where xerophite ore and xerophite plates, xenoferrite, sorry. Ferrite plates are like what practically feels like it goes into everything. These techno rods, they were like #1 on the bus, and I think I've used them like once here. What's this producing? Oh, this is making something for some science, I think. What's this making? Yeah, red science, like science 2. They barely even needed to go into my little make all section. And they're obviously the key components in these electronic ones, but they realistically didn't need to go any further than this on the bus. They almost could have done with just not being on the bus. I've practically never used them past here. But maybe when we get into like robot stuff in a bit, they will start being more important and be used as a base material again and be worthwhile being on the bus, but not yet. There's a mod for blueprints, but it's only on GitHub. Yeah, that's another thing to sort of bring. Turning a 100-hour game into a 1,000-hour game, mods would be quite important. Now, historically, if you look at like other Paradox, was it Paradox Interactive? City Skylines, for example, one of the best games for mod support that's out there. Admittedly, none of that was done in-house. When they decided to do it in-house with City Skylines 2, it's kind of gone horribly wrong. I'm hoping they just kind of let the community deal with the mods. Because the reality is the communities seem to be much better at doing this sort of stuff. One of the ways to make this game substantially better long-term would be for some solid mod support. If they can get that right, they could be on to a win. Let's be real here. Factorio wouldn't be Factorio without its mods. Circuit boards, energy cells. Circuit boards, energy cells. Which one's first on the bus? Circuit boards. Oh, circuit boards should be here. Why are they not? Because we haven't brought this belt over yet. I forgot to do the tier 2. I forgot to do the level 2 belts. So this one is an input, and that's going to be for circuit boards which are here. Circuit boards, boop. And then the last input is the power doodah things. Where are they? Here they are. One of you. Oh, wild wife appears. Oh, I forgot the bleach again. See, boys and girls, she doesn't need to watch the stream. She's here, live action. No, nothing's off. Hang on, give me 2 seconds, boys and girls. Okay, we're good. I took the opportunity to take a quick bathroom break at the same time. Turns out it's Mother's Day on Sunday. Oops, forgot about that one. Okay, that means this weekend's going to be busy. Great. Gotta love some of that. Alright, did we... oh shit, snap, this is on. I didn't even realise this thing's turned on. It's rocking and rolling. We just wang it straight in the warehouse then, right? Are we happy for the warehouse to be there? I think I'm happy for the warehouse to be there. Not technically enough room to double this, but if we ever need... I mean, it doesn't particularly look like we're... Why is only one of this working? Have I not set the recipe on the other buildings? Aha! There we go. And rip materials. Sure. Rip materials. Where's the thing for this? Configure. Maintenance drones. Select. 0 maintenance. Manage inventory. I don't know what the storage capacity of this is. I mean, it's a fucking warehouse. It should be hooning, right? Right, 5. In you go. Input. Boom. I don't know why it needs to go so loopy-doopy, but it is. I'll regret that decision later once I need to plug something else into it, but... Ta-da! In they go! Right, does this now mean that these all zoom into space? And when they zoom into space... Hey, are you coming to pick them up? What are you doing? Does it need to pick them up first? Where are you going? I'm watching you. Hey, I think it's coming over to collect them, look. Are you going to come and collect from whatever's in here? 36 drones, 37 drones. It's coming to get them. Are you coming to get them? Here she comes. Oh, I like the fact that these animations are like kind of, there's actually a point to them. A lot of games will choose to do this like animate. They'll just put these things on like an animation loop regardless to what's going on. And then behind the... So there you go. Look, it's hoovered them up. It took like 30 or so of them. Now it's going to take them out to space. Let's go look in the radio tower, see what it says now then. So, open comms, sales, maintenance drones are making their way up. Next trade ship arrival. Looks like trade ship arrival is every minute. So maybe it just updates this graph every minute. Those drones should hit space soon, TM. I think. Is she up there? She's gone. She gone. They've left my warehouse, so where the flipping hell are they? Hey, there we go. Look, maintenance drones, 43. So, do we now flog them? In 15 seconds, our eBay listing expires in 7, 6, 5. Hey, we are cash money rich.
A cargo ship just bought some of our construction drones. They paid us in a rare metal called thermalite. It seems to be the galactic currency.
Cash
What an
monies.
achievement. Yet it feels strange. This isn't the task we've been assigned.
What? What do you mean beep boop? What do you mean that's not the...
You're right,
what?
BB. Mission commander's gone and we're running this place now. Oh,
Yeah, we
boy,
are.
There is so much work ahead. Let's start by adding this thermalite into a science pack for material analysis. I think it'll be useful if we melt it down.
Okay. We got 215 thermalite bars for those maintenance drones. So... we sold 43. Okay, so this is going to be how we can track this. Here's to hoping the only thing we ever need to sell is actually maintenance drones. So... there's 30 up there. It's going to sell 30. Is there a... now we've sold 73 for 365. 365 divided by 73. We got 5 thermalite bars per drone. 5 bars per drone. Seems to be the cash monies there. If we need... what did I say we need? 20... okay. 5 to 1. 5 to 1's the ratio on that, I think. What's the upgrades to this then? What's the point of upgrading this anymore? Sales platform is what it is. Construction drone bay. Repairs the damaged construction drone bay to increase the amount of available construction drones. This will make your constructions complete faster. Oh, maybe for this is if we want to extend the cargo bay. And Okay. So, because cargo bay and solar panels seem to be infinite research, there's going to come a point where you want more construction robots to just make this happen faster, because 20 minutes per upgrade might... I mean, not now, mind, but 20 minutes per upgrade might be just too damn slow. Okay, cool. Well, that kind of can keep doing its thing. Does that mean our warehouse over here now has thermalite bars in? Has it been... Have we got materials being delivered to us now? Hey, look, the spaceship's redone. Yeah, this is cool. See, this is the thing, right? There was no indication that any of this happens when you first start playing the game. You're just kind of lost. You don't know what you're doing. So it needs a little bit of storytelling to give it purpose. 365 thermalite bars. Oh, we are absolutely balling now. That gives us Science 4 straight off the bat. Science 4 straight off the bat. Do I just reverse this belt? No, let's... No. Let's do it properly. We decided we were going to have thermalite bars come up this way somewhat. They will then get equally split out that way and that way. We can put priority on this if we really want them to priority on science. I don't want to run them through the science factory first, because then there's no way to set priority if needs be. Okay, so let's hook those in. Let's get some Science 4 on the go. I sense we're going to need it sooner rather than later as well. Right, we got to aim this right. Aim this right. If it's going to come up, what are we saying? Like here? What does that hole look like? Does that look like a good hole? Oh no, that's already under the thing. Too far. So we need to fill those gaps in, because that's where the loader goes. 5 output belt. Boom. Hey presto. Hey presto, look at them go! Ah, they're beautiful. We turned robot drones into these. We sent drones into space and we got these little phi bars back. Nice. Nice. Right, that, for all intensive purposes, is Science 4 automated. Because it will just now kind of do its thing. I'm very worried. I don't know how to address this. I'm very worried about the storage capacity of this flipping warehouse. Because this is practically just going to keep printing drones. And if this keeps printing drones, we are going to have a bottleneck on something all the time. Regardless of how many drones we use. Okay, whatever. Worry about that tomorrow. We now have it go gadget go. This seems to be set up as such as if it can be made so that it's not just maintenance drones that you sell. I wonder if it is going to change at some point. I wonder if it's because the fact that there's options menus and all that sort of stuff, and there's about 1 billion ports on these warehouses, I'm wondering if we're going to get different work orders, which might be for different things. Now, this interface doesn't seem to... Because this is specifically saying maintenance drones, right? So, but you could... There's easily room, right? There could be some good reason why this is only half the screen. What's going in this box? And this is a scrolly thing. What comes down below it? I think we're going to find that there's more things to sell than just maintenance drones, you know. I think we're going to find there's more stuff, and I reckon that there's going to be other things that are going to convert into more or less thermalite bars depending on how difficult they are to craft and supply, and maybe. Or at least if that's not implemented in the game now, they've left room so that it can be, which I think is quite smart. Now, presumably this factory, this storage thing can back up of thermalite bars as well. I'm guessing this has got a 25,000 cap on it. All I'm trying to protect against, although this doesn't seem to... I don't know, it just says operational. All I'm trying to protect against is all of my everything getting sucked up straight into this and getting sent into space and then never having anything to do anything else with. Admittedly, it's quite far down. It's at the end of the bus currently. So everything else gets priority on everything before it gets to this point. But there are some times where you want to limit the production of some stuff. Because I don't like stockpiles. This is the thing, right? I've deliberately tried to not stockpile stuff too much. Because otherwise you accidentally use all of your resources on one thing and end up with a load of something and then not enough of other things. But that's cool. That's cool. That's... Do we now have the facility? Is this doing science? Is it this should be sciencing, right? Are we sciencing? Yes, look. Where's me first yellow science? There it is. We have yellow science. Science 4 is good to go. Not particularly fast, but we do have the potential, the factory layout at least, for 10 science per minute on Science 4 now. What are we going to research? What do we research? Where are we going to go now then? So, Science 4, check. What do we need for Science 5? Robot parts, hydraulic pistons, and CPUs. Okay. Let's baby steps it then. Thermalite smelting is next on the cards, so that we can do something with these extra thermalite bars. I don't mind not doing anything with this just yet. I'd quite like to get a good supply of Science 4s under our belt. I think we might need to fix some materials, go get some more materials. I said from the word go that I wanted cargo ships, didn't I? I said cargo ships were going to be quite important to me. Which are... where are cargo ships? Here. What do we need to get cargo ships? Okay, well, we need this thermalite smelting to get to cargo ships. Not that they take thermalite bars to make, but we do need to go through the technology all the same. So let's maybe do that then. That's the play. Thermalite smelting. Let's get it on. Electric arc furnaces, liquid thermalites, thermalite sheets, 50 science packs, minute apiece. Cool. We only produce 10 science a minute anyway. Let's get that thinking about it. Whilst that's thinking about it, maybe we need to start addressing some of our material concerns, or at least alleviate some of these bottlenecks. We are definitely not producing anywhere near enough of these electric components now. These things, electronic components. These are like Factorio green chips, which we've somehow managed to get this far in the game by producing basically none of them. But I've also deliberately left myself lots of room to make more of them if I need to, because I guessed I probably would. Now, I don't particularly like this design. This is making wire coils and then sharing wire coils with 2 factories. I know why I did it this way, because it's the Factorio way. I don't think I need to be doing it particularly here. Making wire coils and then... I'm wondering if just going 1-to-1 is a smarter move here. I don't know. I don't know what the smart move is here. Maybe design a new build for this. But either way, we need more. It's not like we're short on these flipping techno bars, so let's make more. Is it just techno bars we need to make these? It is, look. We don't need them. Okay. Techno bars. 1 techno bar goes into 2 wire coils. 2 wire coils plus 1 extra techno. So it's 2 techno bars per electronic component, realistically. You just have to convert it into coils first. That's why I did it this way. Well, the easy solution is just mirror this to start with. Mirror it and double it. Can we mirror it and double it? I've since found out that this doesn't need to be quite so long. We can compress this a little bit if we want. If I use a compression, I can put twice as... I can double it this way. And then double it this way and double it this way. Can we 4x this supply? I reckon we can. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make some changes. If we do output, we can put an output here. We can make this whole thing way more compact. It's loud as all hell, but there's nothing I can do about that right now. Output. Oh, what? I'm out of belts. Flipping out. Big brain time, yeah. This is the difference between doing something at the very beginning of the game and doing it now that we've got 20 hours of knowledge under our belt. Hopefully. Now, in theory, I should also probably be upgrading the buildings here, but we'll save that for next time. Whoops, I didn't mean to go through the floor. See, we made the whole... Look how much more compact we made the whole thing, look. So much more compact, and the fact that that screen's in the middle is going to annoy me. You are making... You are doing... What are you doing? You were doing these. You're making the rods. No, you're making the coils. And you need one of you. Flipping loud, these things. Can I unloud these things? These are ridiculous. I apologize for all of your ears. Settings, audio. Oh, turn you down. Woo! There we go. That's much better. I know it's a machine and that, but flipping Nora. Right, so that little 3 bay, we can double that now. Okay, we need the output on here as well. So do I mirror it or do I double it? Or do I do both? What did you say? Couldn't hear you over the noise. Touche. Touche. We can kind of can off these now because these realistically shouldn't be. They are doing shit. Why are you doing shit? Is this grid pulling too much power now? This grid's pulling too much power, and so these biomass burners and these things are kicking in. I don't want these kicking in. That means I need another transformer with power down here. Transformers. Who, where, why, and where have you gone? You look like that. Do I have any? Apparently not. I'm starting to regret not... before too long, we're going to have to do another make everything mini shopping centre, I reckon. I'm starting to struggle having to handcraft things all the time. Or not struggle, just get annoyed. It's probably the easier way to describe that. It's just annoying me. Right. If I'm right in my understanding here, this should give this little zone 10 megawatts of juice. Is that how this works? Yeah, so we've got 2 small transformers over here now. So it's basically taking up to 10 megawatts of juice to this one grid, which is actually my main factory right now, so it's not surprising we went over the 5 megawatts of a single transformer. I kind of need to go do the same on my oil section as well. We'll worry about that another day. One thing at a time. Right, we've compressed this, made it neat and tidy. Something is still missing. You do not have an input. You do not have an input. Input, output, input, 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 out. Okay, that's fine. Double it. Let's double it. See, this is where this is exactly my point, right? Without blueprints in the game, this just becomes a chore, right? Because under normal circumstances, now I've built it, now I've designed it, what I want to do is go copy, and I want to fly over here, and I want to go paste. It shouldn't need me, as long as I've got the materials in my inventory, it shouldn't require me to actually quite literally have to build the whole flipping thing again. That's just a chore. But it is what it is. One, 2 gap, 2 gap, 1. Let's get some outputs. Output, output. And then, as this is mirrored, that's an output and an output. Now we need a bunch of inputs. You're gonna need some rods, you need some rods, and you need some rods, and you also need, hang on, you need input that way, and you need input that way. Now we've got to do some belt weavy, down, across, across again, and in there. This way you get to see the coils look as well. It uses more materials doing it this way, but the fact you get to see the coils makes it kind of slightly more aesthetic. Down, that way, and in there. And then we doubled it. That has doubled our little production of these. In theory, there's not much stopping me now mirroring this. It's mirrorable. Need to change the placement of some of these outputs slightly, but we can stack this belt even more. Did you play the Warhammer DLC for Power Wash Sim? I didn't know. I played Power Wash Sim. I didn't actually pay for Power Wash Sim in terms of the fact that I played it via Xbox Game Pass, which means I don't have access to any of the DLC. But outside of the DLC, I pretty much completed it. I think 35.6 hours. Yeah, a lot. Which at 37 hours, 35.6 hours makes me think I probably got to the end of the campaign. I can't quite remember. But I don't have access to any of the add-ons. I'd need to buy the add-ons. 15% achievements? Yeah, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I said completed, I didn't say 100%ed. Yeah, it was quite fun for... I've not played it for 2 weeks, mind, but it was quite fun for the time I did play it. I have more recently been doing IRL power washing. I bought myself a new power wash not so long ago. Hang on, are we material stripped? Is this how much are we using here? Hang on. We're using 20 per minute. 20, 40, 60, 80. That's 160. Okay, there should be... Okay, that's the problem right then. This belt's not saturated. If this was a saturated belt, we would consume it all. But this belt isn't saturated. So... why not? There's the question. Why not? Why not? It should be. Half of these are off. They're not doing shit. You're full. Why is that not a saturated... or maybe it is a saturated belt. What? It's a tier 1 belt, right? So 160. These ain't going to be flipping used much of anywhere else. It should be... okay. Well, they do actually all appear to be on. Tell a lie. Maybe it's just very mathematically carefully balanced that way. Well, that also tells me that mirroring this and doubling it isn't really an option yet, because we'd need to have a second belt of this stuff coming through, which we don't have. Slap on a GoPro to the lance and stream the real power washing. I've kind of run out of stuff to power wash. I did a bunch of power washing for a couple of days last week, and I ran out of stuff to actually clean. Oh no, that's a lie. I still need to clean the gutters. The underside of the gutters. We've got our gutters are painted white, which is, like, in my mind, the most stupid thing to do. Why would you paint something that is very clearly going to get filthy? Why would you paint it white? But our gutters are painted white, so I need to blast those. Get those. The dogs, I'm not sure they'd appreciate that, if I'm honest. One of my dogs doesn't particularly like even getting wet, never mind. One of my dogs is like a fish. Nipsu, the black one, is like a fish. Papal, the brown one, though, she doesn't even like going out if it's raining. She's like a cat. Right, well anyway, we have doubled our supply on this. It's not fixed the problem, because the belt is still clearly empty. I really need to be able to press a button, preferably P, and go to a production graph where I can see exactly how much of something I'm consuming. Because short of going through and spreadsheeting everything that's on the bus and working out what is being used and where it's being used, making sure that you have enough is proving... Usually, you just do the maths, right? You're like, oh, I need this amount of stuff. How much am I making? Oh, I'm only making this much. Right, well, there's a bottleneck. I need to make some more of it. But I don't know how much more I'm going to need to make. This is the thing. The fact that these are being hoovered off in this direction for energy cells, they're being hoovered off in this... Yeah, this needs to be doubled again. At least doubled again. Doubled again and then doubled again. This is where all these the techno rods are going to go. What was I saying earlier? That we don't seem to be using many techno rods? This is why. They go into here, they make these electronic components, and then you need electronic components flipping everywhere. The factory must grow. Indeed it must. Call back the pellet truck to dump some more hydraulic oil. That's one thing I've not been able to clean. Because my hose and power wash doesn't actually reach the end of the yard. I have a second water attachment in the garage, but the fitting on it is wrong. I need to change the fitting on the end of it. Thermalite smelting. Boom. That means cargo ships, right? That means cargo ships. Thermalite smelting, check. Cargo ships. Do I really want to spend 200 of my very precious sciences on cargo ships? 125 for modular storage tanks. Well, that sounds really boring, doesn't it? Texelite veins. We need to scan for where texelite veins are. That's a new thing to go out and find. Assembler 3s. Not that I plan to use too much. Wow, 20 thermalite sheets per assembler 3. Holy, they're expensive. Holy, they're expensive. One thermalite sheet was, I think, 5 thermalite bars. It was a 1:5 ratio, wasn't it? So that is 100 thermalite bars per assembler 3. Ouch. That's a spicy meatball. What I'm basically trying to get at here, is there anything more important for me to spend these science packs on right here, right now, other than cargo ships? I don't think there is there? Advanced smelters. This is actually kind of quite important to do quite quickly. That's actually really quite important, just for the fact that it'll stretch my ignium ore patch even further and give me a more efficient steel production. My steel has been slacking big time. Fuck it, cargo ships. I thought about it. And I was like, you know what? Cargo ships. Oh, what are you saying? You got a quest for me. Assembly lines. Beepity boop.
This is it. If we melt down the thermalite bars, we can convert them into highly functional sheets. Thermalite has become the galactic currency because it's both incredibly firm and lightweight. A trait
Who would
that
have
will
guessed?
come in handy for robot production. Now is the time to go big. We need to construct a full-featured assembly line to mass produce the robots our clients request.
Our client's request. Are we going to start selling big robots? Is that okay. Complete the research assembly lines. Maybe that's where we go, look. Maintenance drones is clearly just stage 1. Clearly stage 1. What happened here? 158 sales and then 41. Okay. Maybe that's what we do then. We take this thermalite and we turn it into big fancy robots, and then that's what we end up selling. We end up selling the big fancy robots. That makes sense, you know. I probably should have figured that out from here, really. The fact that why the hell are we making all of these big fancy robots using assembly lines if we don't do something with them, and what we do with them is sell them. We are literally Iron Man. Don't forget you need more resources. I know. Okay. Well, that being said, I'm pretty happy with the progress we've made so far. We're going to do thermalite smelting over here. I have power to attend to. The bus is starting to look pretty wham. This ore patch is going to deplete sooner rather than later. So is this xenoferrite ore. Before we dive too deep, I think we unlock cargo ships. Then we're going to need to go do some more mining, aren't we? We're going to need to get some of these resources and we're going to need to bring them in. And then we're going to need to focus this side of the factory to like crushing and smelting and making all of these materials, which we are clearly going to run out of super duper mega fast now. We might need to take a few hours to halt like progression forward just to like make sure we're padded from the rear. Yes. We can off all of this. We can delete all of this stuff, get this out of the way. Repurpose our steel smelting using the better steel smelting recipe. This actually means, because at the moment we are taking rubble. Rubble is only partly being crushed before it makes ferrite bars. Yeah, once we have steel using ferrite ore instead of rubble, and we use ignium ore rather than rubble, we can just crush everything that comes in. Does that mean we can start crushing on site for mining? Is that a logical thing to start doing? Oh no, because we still need rubble. We need ferrite or rubble some places, don't we? So we don't actually want to... Yeah, we're not actually going to want to crush everything on site. We're going to want to crush it once we've got it here. Because some of it doesn't need to be crushed. We need rubble somewhere. Yeah. Yo, Mama's so padded from the back. Yeah. It does sound like the start of a Yo Mama joke, you're right. Hey, look, we've backed up on steel, though. Which is surprising. That's not going to be the case for too long, I don't think. That presumably means our issue is elsewhere. We've, by the looks of things, are getting out less than one belt of flipping ferrite ore at the moment still. Right. Okay. This is the point in the game which usually catches me off guard, because now I have like 5 things I could be doing, and I'm almost choosing to do none of them, which is the wrong choice. The wrong choice is to do none of them. Hey, look at this though. We got our ferrite bars on the bus. Look, I don't see why they need to be quite so padded apart. Can we get some more? I don't know. But right, this area is going to be big ferrite smelteroony, and then instead of the bars, we're probably going to put the sheets on the bus instead. It's flipping darkness again. This is just doing its thing. Actually, I kind of don't want this to go too fast, because if it goes too fast, it uses up all of our materials. Now, this seems to have backed up. How many is in here? 91. I'm hoping this has a reasonably sensible max number on it. Can you blow the whole factory up? Are there industrial accidents in the game? There's not, no, luckily. Without like robots or construction drones or something to be able to build stuff, an addition of that nature would just be nothing more than annoying. Because yeah, like I said, this game's got a load of potential. It's definitely got a lot of potential. There just needs to be just more. There just needs to be more built on top of what's already there. The actual production, the ratios, this sort of stuff is not rocket science. It's not that difficult. Even base Factorio is probably more difficult than this. It's pretty simple, like vanilla Factorio. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. One thing I do really like is the fact you can put a machine down and come to the screens, and the screens will tell you like, okay, for it to work 100% of the time, you need 20 per minute of a thing, right? And it will output 20 per minute. It means you don't have to do quite so much maths. As long as you know what you can put on a belt, you can kind of... The napkin math is quite simple. But yeah, if there's like natural disasters, or if your oil plantation catches fire or something, that's just going to be nothing more than an annoyance, because you are going to be forced to rebuild it all by hand. Yeah. Cargo ships are still going to take a little bit of time by the looks of things. Whilst I've made 10 science per minute, that's what I've tried to build the factory to. I don't even think my research facility can use 10 science per minute. In fact, I know for a fact it can't. If it's a 60-second science, it's a 30-second science. Meaning technically these 3 are only actually able to do 6 science per minute consume. So I probably need to put a couple more of those, probably at least 5 of those, to cater for when we have 30-second or 60-second science researches. Speeding things up is not really my concern still, though. Still never felt the need for filter loaders, really. Mostly because nothing yet really has a byproduct that needs to be filtered out. The only sort of waste or byproducts I've come across is with gases, and they go in a separate pipe and away. I still have not done mining efficiency in any way, shape or form. I'm starting to think I should have probably done that by now, because we've got mining efficiency 2 we could technically be working on also. Oh, freight elevator 2. 640. That's probably worthwhile investing in. A regular freight elevator, 5 advanced machine parts and 5 circuit boards. Yeah, they're not very expensive. That's probably a smart thing to invest in straight away. Unless you can easily upgrade freight elevators 1s to 2s. Like you can belts. I hope you can. That's probably quite soon on the list of things to pick up. I'm wondering if we should go for solar soon as well. Solar and batteries. What do we need to make batteries? Oh, this is maybe a much bigger use for techno rods again. Look, techno rods, electronics components, which are techno rods in disguise, energy cells, and then ferrite plates to make a battery. Energy cells, glass, electronic components and plates. Never unlocked this long-range scanner either. The long-range scanner is a modular building that automatically scans distant areas for resources. Well, I kind of gone and explored myself. I didn't need that particular... Well, it depends how... Oh, this is a modular building again. 10 by 1 by... 10 by 1 by 27? The hell? 500 kilowatts of power on that bad boy. Loads of stuff still to do. Loads of stuff to do. I'm clearly hungry though, because I'm just procrastinating now. I'm absolutely 100% procrastinating. I don't think I've done anything for about half an hour now. And if I'm not doing anything, it's time to take a break and go eat some food, I think. That's the smart thing. Boys and girls, I'll leave it there for today. Quite literally on the 4-hour mark as well. Thank you all for joining. I hope you're enjoying this. Now that we're getting sort of mid to late game in this, I'm starting to very much enjoy it. We have a few chores to do. These are the chores that I might just try and go and get done like later off stream, maybe, you know, beer or two. Go do some mining outposts or something. Outposting is never necessarily the most interesting part of it. I need to get this ignium ore. That's surface level. I need to bring that in. Actually, these outposts, then I'm going to need to figure out what the hell... If we're doing outposts with cargo ships and shit, I'm probably also going to need to figure out how the hell I get power over there. This could then be one of the scenarios where batteries and solar becomes useful, because then they won't be on all the time, but they'll have enough power to just, like, do their thing, right? I don't want to have to start making little power production areas. Oh, well, obviously ignium can be self-sufficient because you just burn the stuff. But like for these outposts, for example, to get power there. Yeah, power might be a bit of a frustration for these outposting as well. We'll figure that tomorrow, or I'll figure it out later. Thank you all for joining. Hope you enjoyed. I'm having a bit of a blast. Tomorrow being Friday might be the last day I stream this. In fact, no, that's probably a lie. I'm just thinking Panda Remix comes out in a week's time. Is it a week's time? Where's Wowhead at? Is it a week's time? 16th? Where's Wowhead? I think it's pretty much it's almost a week to the hour, isn't it? Remix comes out 7 days, 5 hours. So yeah, a week away from today. It's a global launch for Panda Remix. It's a global launch. Now that also means in 7 days, 5 hours time, 5 hours from now, it's 3 p.m. for me, 8 p.m. We might do a global launch stream for that next week, next Thursday evening. That could be a bit of fun. It means early part of next week, then maybe Monday, Tuesday, we might continue to push forward with Foundry, but I'd want to get back into WoW probably on Wednesday. Finish off any Season 4 stuff I want to finish. I expect some Twitch drops. I also expect a Twitch drop of some sort for this as well, meaning I should probably do my duties and stream it and play some WoW for a bit. So probably Wednesday next week, we'll get back into World of Warcraft. Tomorrow, being Friday, Mother's Day is on Sunday, so that's going to keep me very busy. If I'm busy on Sunday for Mother's Day, that means I have to do adult things on Saturday. So stream tomorrow, we'll play some Foundry, maybe Monday, Tuesday, a little bit more Foundry. By that point, we should probably have got to endgame and be nearly done with it either way. But then the latter part of next week, we'll do some Panda Remix again, get back into WoW. I think that's the plan. Sounds like a plan to me. Enjoy the rest of your day. Come say hi on Discord. Hit the follow buttons, hit the like buttons, all of the buttons, who press the buttons. Thank you for the subs today. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the follows. Streamlabs is shouting about some socials you can go check out. Thank you for that, Jack. Have a good day. I'll catch you all next time. Peace. And thank you for the modding.